Well, we're going to get started, even though we are still waiting for a few people to wander in. But good morning and welcome to the 2020 AAF D2 conference, the Scranton Party Edition. AAF Northeast Pennsylvania, we are your proud host for the conference this year. And I just want to say thank you to our conference committee who has been working extremely hard to make sure that we put on a great conference for you today with a lot of valuable presentations. I would also like to welcome our virtual attendees. We hope that you enjoy what we have prepared for you today. We did miss you last night at the dinner. And I also hope that all attendees enjoyed their welcome boxes, which contain some NEPA goodies and some AAF Northeast Pennsylvania tchotchkes. I would like to thank our sponsors, Bimbo Bakeries, Hers, Utz, Gertrude Hawk, our streaming sponsor today, Cole Creative, NX2, who was our dinner sponsor last night, Scranton Printing for the postcards that were found in your welcome boxes, and Times Shamrock for the ad space in the Scranton Times Tribune the past 2 Sundays. So let's get ready for a great day of presentations. We are excited for our lineup, which includes our State of the Union address from our D2 Governor, John Mulder. Then from 9:45 to 10:45, we have Tim Holmes and Michelle Dempsey, who were the co-developers of the Office Convention in 2007 and the Office Wrap Party in 2013. They will be discussing how to bring out the best in your city, the Office and Scranton Party Edition. Then from 11 to noon, we have fundraising tips and tricks for your AAF club, presented virtually by Paul Strunk of Edwards and Strunk. Then from noon to 1, we're going to break for lunch, and we will pick up again from 1 to 2 for our panel discussion entitled Video as a Means of Telling Your Club or Organization's Story. That will be moderated by Lisa Reynolds, who is AAF Northeast Pennsylvania's VP of Education. Our panelists include John Edwards from 570 Drone, who is on the AAF NEPA board, Sam O'Connell from Cole Creative, Ryan Wood from Discover NEPA, and John McCulloch, who is also on our board, and he is a multimedia producer. Following from 2:15 to 3:15, we have our Electrify Your Award Season presentation, which will be led by Joey Zarcone, another AAF NEPA board member, Hal Schild, who is part of AAF D2. His local club is AAF DC. And Evie DiSarno from AAF Pittsburgh, who is also part of AAF District 2. Then from 3:30 to 4:30, we have Advertising as an Advocate for Social Causes, which will be presented by Helen Lavelle from Lavelle Strategy Group. And then from 4:30 to 5 p.m., we are going to wrap with our D2 budget vote. And feel free to ask questions. What you can do in order to do that is in the lower right corner on the screen, you'll see the YouTube logo. So you can click that, and then that will bring up a comment box, and just feel free to type your question into the comment box. So let's sit back and enjoy the 2020 AAF District 2 Fall Conference. John?
So I have just finished up breakfast and my coffee, and it's still in my throat apparently, so I apologize for that. Thank you everybody for joining us, both virtually and in person. This is typically when the governor recaps the amazing stuff that we did in 2020. Well, as they say, these are unprecedented times. And I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to shine a light on the path for 2021 and set a stage for our day together. What I'm going to say is pretty important, so please pay attention. And take it for what it's worth. Not only is this the first District 2 leadership conference that we've had like this, as club leaders, you're also going to be facing issues in 2021 that you haven't dealt with before. Our hope is that the conference today will give you some tools to continue to do a great job. Last week I had a call with 6 governors from around the country, and what they said, as I've been feeling, is that the state of the AAF is similar to that of every professional organization in the country. Membership is declining. It's an ugly truth. We don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. But I would say that it doesn't have to. I'm going to ask you to become more than yourselves, more than a service organization. AAF clubs have traditionally kept to themselves, but now is the time to go bigger, to give back to the entire community, not just advertisers and marketers. We need to reach out to them and include them as part of our club. You know, it might not be written anywhere, but your mission, as I see it, is to make our industry stronger and respected, not only to ourselves, but to everyone. I've had discussions recently about how can we possibly justify our membership fees when there's nothing to offer. Well, I think by increasing your reach, you will be making your organization valuable to your members. I encourage you all not to focus on those decreasing numbers, but rather focus on engaging younger and new members. Make the experience the best you possibly can for the people who believe in you. When I was the leader of a scout troop, I had the same issue. I had maybe 6 boys that would show up at the events when I had about 25 on the roster. And I talked to somebody who was a mentor of mine at the time. I say, like, I'm really distraught about this. I don't know what we should do. I feel like I should cancel everything. They said, that is absolutely the biggest mistake you could possibly do, is cancel something simply because 6 people show up. Your job as the leaders and the organizers of events is to make it the best experience possible for those 6 people that show up. If you do not make it exciting and interesting for those 6 people, there's no reason for them to tell anybody else to come to the next event you have. So please do that. Keep in mind, too, that the AAF should not be everything to everybody. So every single event that you have doesn't have to reach every single person. It's okay to segment your offerings, because when you do that, you're going to reach subsets of your membership, and that includes those young and new members. And in fact, it includes limited use members as well, those people who might just be looking for something specific. Consider that when choosing your programming and your events. To increase member engagement, a strategy is to ask some detailed questions. Ask your members things like, what's the most important thing in your life? What kinds of hobbies or activities do you enjoy? Now, this is a conscious shift to get to know your members so that you can speak to their needs. If someone is an outdoors fanatic, create an event that combines marketing with an outdoor activity of some sort. If someone's deep into fashion, create an advertising fashion show. You guys are all creative people. If there's anybody in the whole world that can see a connection between 2 unrelated things, it's you guys. So do that, leverage it. Think about what you do well as a leader. Do more of those things. The biggest mistake people make is trying to be something that you're not. Lean into your expertise and the things that come easy to you. AAF National is encouraging members to, I have to use air quotes, attend higher level events. Things like Admerica, the Hall of Achievement that's coming up in a few weeks, the Mosaic Awards. They're making everything accessible virtually. It's good practice to position your local club with national events, and many of those are going to be free, at least for this year. In 2021 and beyond, we are going to have the opportunity to help many startups as the economy reestablishes itself. Figure out a way to leverage your membership to give access to those people from the beginning. Educate them, assist them, be a part of their company as they grow. Further, we need to mentor students, get them excited about advertising. These new members are essential for your continuation, not only of yourself as a company, but also as a club. We need to help them realize that they can have a career in your market and that they don't have to run off to New York for a career. You see, if you look at AAF as an exclusive club, you're going to struggle. We are moving into an inclusive society. Maybe not yet, but it is coming. And helping one another is the cornerstone of that movement. Become a foundation for your community, and you will thrive. So, is this easier said than done? Well, I don't think so. All I ask is that you make a commitment this year to look at things differently. Every business in your market needs to learn about and understand marketing and advertising. And that's something that you're all experts in. A couple of housekeeping things before we kind of get started with our day, and I know that I speak quickly and shortly, I guess is not the right word for it, but I'm a commercial producer by trade, so I keep everything very, very short and tight. So, housekeeping things. For the presidents that are listening, you all did a great job of getting in your presidential surveys that were sent out. I think there might be just a few stragglers. If you're not sure if you did or not, please look for that email and fill it out. If you did not get one as a president, let me know, and I will make sure that you get it. They wanted them done by the 15th, but I guess they're giving us a grace period. You know how that works. And finally, there is a national brand campaign in the works. When it's available, I would urge your local markets to use those materials to help create an awareness. To be honest with you, I have not seen it yet, so it'll be up to you guys to decide if you want to use it or not, but it is there. So, are there any questions from anybody who's here, or I guess I don't know if we can take virtual questions or not, but about anything that I said? That means I was extremely thorough, and I'm thankful I only had one coughing attack while I was giving this thing. So, I don't have who's up next. It's probably a little bit early for that, which I was afraid of because I'm extremely fast talker, and I was allocated like 45 minutes. How do you want to handle this, Chelsea? Give everybody a break? Give everybody a break? Okay, so take a break. 9:45? Okay, so we'll be back here at 9:45. I'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Very good. Good morning, folks, and welcome to the AAF D2 conference. My name is Tim Holmes. I'm here with Michelle Dempsey, and don't let us freak you out with no masks here. We are like basically family, so our families spend a lot of time together. So we're here to present to you today about a little something that's near and dear to our hearts. It's the office and its connection to Scranton, and the great relationship we've developed with the folks from the office and the creators of the office over the course of many, many years. Introducing myself, I worked with the Scranton Times, like a local media outlet, for over 30 years. I was in the advertising and marketing world many, many years. I'm in the mortgage business now, but I really did a lot of time with, aside from marketing and advertising, with creating events, pretty large-scale events here around the region. And so that's how I kind of came into the fold with this whole office thing that ultimately became a few huge events. One was the office convention, which was hosted here in Scranton in 2007, and the other was the office wrap party, which was hosted here in 2013. Between those dates, we ran office fan tours here in Scranton, basically a couple times a month or something, where people around the world would come here to visit Scranton. We no longer do them, so don't go asking right now, because it's a lot of work to do these things. All these things were basically not-for-profit things, homegrown events that were created right here by people here in Scranton for the people who are fans of the office. And then I'll turn it over to Michelle.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dempsey. I did not do marketing or big events before all this. I'm an architect, and I'm the founder of DX Dempsey, which is an architecture firm where we design inspiring places that tell your brand story. But I am also a co-founder of the Office Convention. And what our intention is here today is to kind of create and inspire ideas for how to creatively market to bring up your region. And really what we want to discuss is how to shift the narrative. Right? So how can you shift the narrative? The office afforded us an opportunity that we seized to shift the narrative of Scranton. Because before the office, it really, we're going to get into what the problem was before the office, but that's really what kind of we contended with here. Yep. Was our hard scrabble past, right? So now when we travel, it's like, oh, where are you from?
I'm from Scranton.
Oh my God, I love The Office. I can't wait to go there. I want to see all the sites. I love this person and that person. It turns into a great conversation about your city, right? It is so positive. It's happy. We love talking to and engaging people from anywhere. The customs guy at the airport said that to me once. Random people when I've traveled throughout the world. And that's a story that everybody here from Scranton can tell, right? Going somewhere and having that conversation. But before that, it was, so where are you from?
I'm from Scranton.
Oh, I'm sorry. I heard the place sucks. And that is a verbatim conversation that I had when I went to college, okay? Like verbatim back in the 90s. And so that's really, that's really what the perception was prior to all this. And the thing is, Scranton was this, back at the turn of the century, coal was king. Scranton was this towering city in Pennsylvania. The architecture was beautiful. It was one of the cosmopolitan places to be. Coal leaves, decline happens for decades.
Yep. And
Scranton struggles to find a new identity, right? And then enter around the time of Chris Doherty becoming mayor, things start to happen again, right? Now Park is transformed. Yep. The 500 block of Lackawanna gets completely, a new facelift. It's amazing. The Connell building starts to prove that people want to live downtown. I moved home around that time because of those things. That's what inspired me to move home and start my firm here in Scranton. And the town I saw and that I grew up in, I loved, right? We loved. Mm-hmm. But the perception on the outside was still hard scrabble, coal town. And we just couldn't shake it.
For sure.
Enter Greg Daniels.
So before we get into Greg Daniels, the hard scrabble, words you'd hear about Scranton when anybody would think of it. Think of Jason Sudeikis way back, and this is back in the Hillary and Biden days when he was doing skits on SNL and just talking about how Scranton is the armpit of the universe and all that. The bottom line, here in Scranton, we thought that was funny. We understood what Scranton was, and we understood that was a great joke, but they just didn't completely understand it. But absolutely, when Joe Biden says it, he's embracing that, and just like we do, we know we are basically a satellite branch city. That's why it was created that way. So we'll go to the office, all right? But basically, as Michelle said, Scranton was the center of the universe. At the turn of the century, in the year 1900, Scranton had the highest per capita income in the country. We were the Silicon Valley. We fueled the Industrial Revolution with the coal. The anthracite coal that came out of this region was fueling it. And all those coal barons were living right here in Scranton because this was the place to be. The architecture we have around this town is extraordinary. I always love Michelle's one quote. It's, we have better architecture than we deserve because of our spectacular past. You see the Scranton Cultural Center and the library here in town and all the other amazing pieces. Come to Scranton, see what it has, and you'll be just absolutely blown away, much like the folks from the office were when they finally came to Scranton. So as Michelle said, enter Greg Daniels. Let's talk about a little show called The Office, America's favorite comedy. Back in 2002 or 3, it comes out, and it was, at the time, like kind of a little red engine that could. It was due to be canceled after the first season. It was a play on a BBC version of The Office that Ricky Gervais had created, and Michelle knew the show well. She was a big fan of the original Office, and when she got word that The Office was going to use Scranton as their satellite branch,
I ran to the mayor's office.
she did. Tell them what you
And
did.
I said, this is not a good thing. I said, this is not a good thing. We don't want to be Slough. We do not want to be Slough. They were very tough on Slough in the original version. I love the UK version of The Office, by the way, but they did Slough no favors. And it's not a bad city, by the way. But the mayor said to me, he said, well, Greg Daniels, the guy who's creating the American version of The Office, he said he would take it easy on it. He said he was going to do this in a positive light. So I believe him. I think we're going to be okay. I'm like, I don't know this Greg Daniels, but I'm like, if you feel okay about it, we'll see what happens. And sure enough, he was so true to his word, which we'll get into. But how he picked Scranton is a really interesting story.
So there's, Greg Daniels, creator of the American Office. Ben Silverman is, also the guy who went and pitched Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant on Americanizing their brilliant comedy that only ran for a couple seasons.
Yeah.
And basically, he was faced with, the whole setup, pulling together the writers and, just basically deciding what this show was going to look like. But if you think of the very philosophy of the show, the whole idea of satellite branches, he knew that it was going to have to be a small town. This was a satellite branch. It was going to be near corporate. So this is, I forgot to mention early on, there is a part for those of you at home, there is on your screen to the right-hand side, there's a little chat feature. If you guys have any questions, fire away in there, and they'll keep an eye on that for us. This is always the biggest question people ask. Why did they pick Scranton of all the other cities in the universe here? Here's Greg Daniels' words, not ours. He basically felt the show had East Coast sensibilities. So he looked at a map of the United States and was deciding where the home office was going to be. So he looked at, Boston, New York, D.C., and basically when he decided on New York, he began to look at little, small to mid-sized cities within about a 2-hour driving radius of Scranton, or of New York City, with the idea that there would be these, lunch meetings or going to corporate and having a discussion, like out and back type thing, which absolutely happens throughout the entire series. Basically, he goes to a bunch of cities, things like Utica, New York, Nashua, New Hampshire, Stamford, Connecticut, and Scranton, Pennsylvania. Ultimately, these all become the branches when you see Branch Wars and a few of the other episodes. But Scranton, he sends out a young bartender from Lower Manhattan and one of the writers, I believe, in a car to go out and check out Scranton. This young bartender is a guy named John Krasinski, who is actually holding a video camera, like about this big. Remember, this is 2002-ish or something. I'm going to put this right here for now. And when he comes for the first time into Scranton, he actually shot that footage you'll see in the opening montage of the Scranton Welcomes You sign coming into town. And there's some other, shots of going down North Washington Ave and down and everything. John Krasinski himself, hung out the window and got those shots.
Said he almost missed it.
Almost missed it. He scrambled and he picked it up, and it snuck right up on him. Since then, we've had to relocate that sign because it is a very dangerous
It's
part
dangerous.
of the highway in Scranton entering our town. So people were stopping constantly to get pictures in front of it and everything so it literally needed to be removed. Before it got chopped up it went into a dumpster, we intervened and actually got the thing into the mall at Steamtown, so you can now come to Scranton and see the Scranton Welcomes You sign in the mall at the marketplace at Steamtown. Just it's a lot more safe now to do that. So he does that, comes into town, checks out some things, visits Pen Paper, Paper Magic.
Yeah.
In particular, Paper Magic he came to because Greg had a card from Paper Magic that said Scranton, PA on it.
And if anybody's watching an oral history of The Office,
Oh, yeah.
John Krasinski actually says when he went to Paper Magic and they figured out who he was, the boss at Paper Magic knew the UK version of the show and knew that the boss was a jerk and was like not nice to him. Right? So it was like that.
She makes a very good point. If you are a fan of The Office, recently released, it just ended in September, Brian Baumgartner plays Kevin Malone on The Office, released a 12-part series.
podcast.
A podcast, an oral history of The Office. It's available on Spotify. It tells you everything you need to know. And this is the authorized history. There are books that were done recently that didn't talk to all the right people. This tells you everything you want to know. He spoke to Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant, Ben Silverman. It's amazing
Daniels,
information.
on
Greg
and on.
Daniels.
Everybody who was connected to it, all the writers, producers, actors, and he came to Scranton, which
he came
keeps
to
the
Scranton.
connection alive, which we'll get into. But the other cool part about Greg Daniels picking Scranton was, if anybody ever remembers Valentine's Day when you were little and everybody put their Valentine's card in like your lunch bag on the back of somebody's chair, those little Valentine's cards always were from Paper Magic in Scranton. And Greg Daniels said he remembered as a kid getting the little Valentine cards and it said Paper Magic Scranton. So he just figured there was something, kismet about Scranton, paper company, Paper Magic, and that was one of the things that fed his idea to come here.
Yeah.
So-
Ultimately, as John is sending word back and some of these awesome pictures of some of the buildings and everything else, and it really just kind of came together, and they basically decided Scranton is going to be the place.
And from the beginning of the show, they did try to, they reached out to the chamber, they were having prop drops, the prop master from the show came in and they were collecting, local paraphernalia to use on the show, and they tried to make it authentic. But for the first few seasons, they did okay, but they didn't quite always get it right.
Correct.
They would go to Chili's, instead of, and there's no Chili's in Scranton, by the way, for anybody watching. There's not. So we, from Scranton, we understood, like, oh, you're just a little off course here. But then, they'd never been here, really, other than John Krasinski. And,
For sure.
And Greg may have come once before them, but really none of the writers or actors or anybody had ever been to Scranton. So they were doing this by searching online and kind of going that way.
Yep.
But the show starts to pick up.
It begins to pick up.
It be-
I'll follow up on the Chili's story. It was interesting. Fast forward to 2007 when we had Brian Baumgartner and Angela Kinsey come to town. So that's Kevin and Angela from the show, from the accounting department, come to Scranton in May of 2007, which was maybe 5 months before we're doing this. They knew at that point we were trying to put this thing together, and they were coming kind of to check things out before they did anything crazy with us. So they're telling us some stories, and we're asking questions like, why are you doing something about Chili's? And they actually said it was, they believe it was like product placement, like Chili's paid for that, and basically said, use our name, do this thing. But the interesting thing with the show is, if you remember the episode, Pam gets a little tipsy in the show. And so basically toward the end of it, in the original writing of it, she gets overserved, and she is out in the back and she's not feeling good and everything. And they show this to the Chili's folks, the executives, and they're like, you can't do that. And the writers are like, wait a minute, we don't want these guys telling us what we can write. We want freedom to write what we can write.
But poor Richards can overserve.
That's exactly what we write. As we say we said in our tours, you go to Poor Richards and Pam wants to puke on the front doorstep, we'll put a plaque up for that. And that's what they began to realize. The more local they made it, the more real it became,
The more
and
authentic.
truly, it's a.
And the more detailed.
And the more detailed.
They it just made it stronger. And so now the show starts to gain some popularity, and I'm a fan, so I'm watching it all the time. And just one day, I think it's so cool that it's based in Scranton. They're being kind to Scranton. And one day I'm sitting at my computer at work, and I open up my browser, and the news is up, and one of the news stories is about Preston, Idaho seeing an economic boost because of all the people coming to visit the sites from that cult classic movie, Napoleon Dynamite, right? So I went, that's interesting, right? Like this cult classic movie, Preston, Idaho, seeing this economic boost, but that's a cult classic movie. We are the home of Dunder Mifflin, right? This is one of the most popular shows now on TV. We should take advantage of that and see some little economic boost. That would be cool. And so an idea is just an idea until you put it out into the world. And I put it out into the world, and people are like, that sounds awesome. I had a meeting at Chili's.
Chili's, of course she did.
Like rewind.
You drove 45 minutes to have a meeting at Chili's.
Yeah, at the Banshee, which is now AV.
Yep.
So at the Banshee, and brought all these people together. Everybody thought it was great, but you need to do something. You need to actually make it happen, and it fizzled a few times. And then, but I just couldn't give up the idea. And then finally, Sarah Hailstone, who was the head of the Office of Economic and Community Development at the time, introduced me to Tim. And that's when the game changed, because Tim got it. He got that this wasn't about meeting characters from the office. He got that this was about the perception of Scranton, that we had an opportunity here that we could really do something special. Mm-hmm. And so that's really when things started. Tim is the force behind all this, quite honestly. And he used his incredible skills to bring partners together, and he's like a diplomat, he's a marketer, he's just a force of nature. And so it started to happen, right? The city was behind us almost instantaneously. We had partners with the chamber, with the casino, Mohegan Sun, with the mall, with the University of Scranton, and so partnerships developed. And once we really felt like we had the city behind us, then Tim wrote a letter to NBC. And our one little ace in the hole, and this is such a Scranton story, was my friend / distant cousin from high school, who was now the assistant to the president of NBC Universal. And so once we had everything, we felt legit. I reached out to her and I said, could you make a connection? And so she put us in touch with the PR department. And that's when everything started. But it wasn't like they just opened their doors and said, come on in, yeah, this sounds great, come on, let's go.
Totally do
They
this.
went kind of like this, who are you? Or like through that little looking, the little door, what is it you want? What are you talking about? Okay, we'll go, okay, stay there. And we'll go back and see if you're crazy. And then we come back. And so we started having meetings with the PR department, then eventually the producers.
Yep.
And every step of the way, we had to prove our legitimacy. Every step of the way. We thought Greg Daniels would say yes, and the world would open up to us, and everybody would just come. And it didn't happen like that at all.
It didn't happen like that at all. So you are far too generous. Obviously, it takes a village. It took all of us. So there was Michelle being a driving force herself behind this, you can't implement something without an idea. So she had a very good idea of what to put together. Sarah Hailstone, as she said, was the glue who kind of pulled it all together. She had the connections with the city and the mayor and all that stuff to kind of make all that happen. And then I was, again, working at the Scranton Times at the time, so I had a great field of great talent with writers and Matt Smith and Tucker Hoddes and Eric Toffey and design folks and all these other folks who were willing to really give up a part of their lives to do this, because it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. But the folks, the folks from NBC Universal could see very early on that this was not, an outside organization that was trying to monetize this some way. We made it very clear this was a not-for-profit operation.
Grassroots.
It was grassroots.
Yeah.
It was homegrown. We really wanted to make this a celebration for the fans. And so basically what the letter Michelle is talking about, which took some doing to get it onto Greg Daniels' desk, basically it said, we're looking for a win-win-win.
Which is from the show.
From the show. Yeah. So those of you familiar with the show, we played that up and basically said, this is a win for the show, to really reach out and kind of, it's still early days of the show. They're not America's favorite comedy yet, but they're getting there. But, this is a good win for them to get a little PR and show that they're reaching out to their fans. But it's also a huge win for the city. Mm-hmm. And the fact is, at this point, they're now realizing the city of Scranton has become a character in the show. And they do want to embrace that fact. So they see that as, almost I think that was almost the biggest selling point, that they were willing to give a little something back at that point. When we were talking to Brian and Angela when they came in back in May, we were stunned to hear that every single day when they go to the set, they sit down, they have their coffee, their bagels, and they all have their little fun and everything. And then as they're about to go out and start acting, they say, let's get our Scranton on. They would say this. This is back in, the early days of the show. And it was just awesome for us as actual Scrantonians to hear that. So as excited as we were to see them, they were like freaking out. They were seeing actual Scranton people because they had been living this life for 3 years as like Scranton folk. So that was a very big takeaway from it.
So it was a win for the show, it was a win for the city, and it was a win for the fans. That's what we pitched this as. So Greg Daniels finally gives his blessing, right? Or however Greg Daniels would bless. And so he gives his blessing, and actually that's when the hard part started, right? And as they say in oral history of the office when they're talking about creating the show, what makes it harder makes it better, right? And the planning was not easy. Tim, again, took on the lion's share, but I found myself writing contracts and contacting managers and agents and trying to negotiate like appearance fees and I'm just an architect. Like I had never done any of this. I'm calling like these numbers.
I'm just a caveman.
Yeah, that's exactly. Thank you for getting that. And we were really trying, we were really out of sorts. We were out of our wheelhouse, doing things we'd never done before, but we just were committed to making it happen. And in the meantime, Tim's making sure that, if these characters, we don't have no idea how many people would come to this. Is it going to be 5,000, 10,000? We don't know. And
or 50,000.
Or 50,000.
Yeah.
And Tim is talking, you have to plan all the venues, not knowing how many people are coming, right? Transportation, right? We have safety. Like
ticketing.
How do we ticket? This was the early days of everything.
Of
right?
everything, yes.
And marketing,
and
right?
Marketing.
So which is, how do we market this event? How do we, so the planning starts, it's going well, then we have to figure out how to tell the world it's happening.
So it may all sound very easy to just, America's favorite comedy is about your city, you just throw together an event. Not as easy as it sounds. Just creating those partnerships. Believe it or not, there were actually some people in Scranton that didn't believe it could happen. So we were getting an awful lot of pushback. We actually had a few mutinies with some bigger places around town who were trying to stage counter conventions to go against us. It was just kind of wacky because everybody just wanted to kind of be their own little center of the universe, where we were just more concerned about featuring them and just kind of being in the background, which is ultimately what happened, and it worked. But trying to create that and sell that and try to wrap your head around how do we put, get the word out to people and actually sell some tickets that we were selling for $7 a piece. We weren't getting nuts because the show wanted to be sure we weren't monetizing this. NBC wanted to be sure we weren't monetizing this. And that's why it all worked out. We invited the NBC store. We're doing all these other things in the background as we begin to spread word about it. This was a delicate situation. So we begin to put word out on the internet. We have no advertising budget, basically. So we begin to put stuff out. These are early days of social media. The only people on Facebook in 2007 is Zuckerberg and a bunch of his buddies in his dorm room. Like, there's not that. There were blogs at the time, however, and there was a very popular one, or it was becoming popular, a blog called Office Tally from a young woman named Jenny Tan, who lived in the Bay Area, the San Francisco area, who the cast and crew and Greg Daniels credit with saving the show after season 1, because she started a blog and started interacting with fans, and literally while the folks of the office were shooting their scenes and in between takes, they all had computers on their desk. They would interact on this blog with Jenny Tan and the fans, and they would do this real time while they were shooting scenes. They feel that literally saved the show. So we tapped in, they introduced us to Jenny Tan, we got to know her, actually we reached out to her, created a partnership with her, and then we began to just promote things locally through the newspaper. I worked at the newspaper, they own a series of newspapers throughout Northeast PA, they own radio stations, so we begin to promote it locally, but the most powerful thing they have is the power of the AP Wire. So when Josh McAuliffe would write a story about the fact that we're gonna do this in Scranton, it goes out on the AP Wire. Here's the cool thing about the AP Wire. Lifestyles editor in America is a 25-year-old kid who at that time just happens to be in love with The Office. And so they see this little thing pop up and they all have a little hole in their paper to fill that next morning, or they have a spot to fill on their website, and they're like, early days of even, just like really slick websites. And so this gets into basically every media outlet in the country and kind of starts going worldwide. But that's when the trolls start. So when we begin the thing, we haven't even built a website. And this is where Tucker Hattis and Eric Toffey and Matt Smith come in. We're just kind of doing it all real time because it is now a few months off from what we believe is going to be a big thing. What we're doing, however, and Buckley actually used this word, we were doing kind of a soft sell to Greg Daniels. Basically, throughout the entire thing, we would keep saying to him, listen, if nobody can come, that's cool. We're having a party anyways. So we just kind of kept saying that to totally take the pressure off these guys. And they appreciated that because we did not get any real commitment from any cast member until 4 weeks before the thing actually happened.
So it's 4 weeks before it happened. Oh, but don't forget, you did have money in your budget for one thing.
Oh, we did. So we did do one promotional item. So we had a little bit of cash after we pulled all our partners together. So we're like, well, we can't afford, big things or a lot of posters around. So we did one big vinyl banner, about 30 feet wide, about 10 feet deep. So it's about a month before. We have the date. We have the name of this thing, the Office Convention. So we get this thing printed, and me and a couple other guys go up and we hang it as you come into Scranton, like by the bridge at the Radisson over there. It's a railroad bridge that goes over, and it's basically a welcome mat into Scranton. And we, with about 1,000 zip ties, hang this vinyl banner. It's about 7:30 at night. We all sit down and look at our great work and everything. Go home. The next morning, I'm coming into work at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's gone. That's when we knew we had an event here, because if the University of Scranton kids cared so much that thing went immediately, we knew if we created any swag, it was going to be gone.
It's going to be gone.
So we now know we've got something's building, but we still have no commitments from cast.
No commitment. 4 weeks away. Not one agent has gotten back to me. Not one manager. Not one cast member has said they're coming. Right. So Tim and I we're sweating it a lot, and we just decided no matter what, we'll have a party. So Brian and Angela, as Tim said, had been to Scranton before, and Brian really took to it. He feels a real connection, like a genuine, authentic connection, which is also why he came back for an oral history of The Office. He's just loved it here and felt like a part of it since the day he arrived. So he was sort of following this in the background, and again, 4 weeks out, maybe a little less at this point, he calls me. And he says, how's it going? And I'm like, well, the planning's going great. We got the venues, we've got the transport. I think we've got it. People are going to be safe. That part's going well. I said, we don't have any of you yet. We don't have any of the actors or characters, committed to coming. And he's like, Michelle, I tried. He's like, I am so sorry. And my gut just fell. I was like, oh, my throat. I'm just like, here comes the bad news, brace yourself. He's like, I am so sorry. He's like, I tried so hard and I can't do any better than this. I only got 13 of them to say they'd come. And I started crying. I was just like, oh my God, I love you, Brian. Like the most amazing.
I'm about to cry.
Right? And it was that moment, that one moment where, you just things come together, and that's when I knew this was going to be a success. There was no doubt.
Yeah, so as Michelle said, it ultimately became 15 cast members. We did not have the Fab Four, so Carell, Krasinski, Jenna Fisher, and Rain could not make. Now, Rain had been to Scranton about 2 years earlier. He came as a single, as one guy, and it was crazy awesome. A couple thousand people at the mall at Steamtown lined up. But he was in, we were envisioning something different than just sitting around signing autographs. We were doing a lot more with our event, and I think that's why they really liked it, and they knew they could do it with this many people. So aside from the 15 cast members who came, 12,
all the
13 writers, the producers, Greg Daniels, Kent Zabornak, all the creators of the show come in as well.
NBC brass with Blackberries we've never seen. What are these amazing devices, right? Just like connected to their Blackberries.
Yeah, so all of these people come, but again, getting back to the guts of the transportation and everything, we had to coordinate the transportation basically from every airport on the East Coast, from Newark, from Philly. A few flew into, Avoca, but we had to pick them up in these places and work all that stuff out. The logistics were a nightmare, but we figured it all out, made it all happen, and then get them here into Scranton, where there's lodging involved. There's, many people stay right here in this Hilton right here. So there was so many things that had to be worked out. But ultimately, it all came together, and we had the whole cast here.
And we really bit off more than we could chew.
For sure.
But it worked out, but it was a lot in the weekend.
But during this time, the writers are kind of the key part of all this. We become to realize, as we have a hospitality suite, and all the cast members there, and we legitimately have tens of thousands of people come to town for all these little events. It was a 3-day weekend, starting with Al Roker, who a week before decided to go live from Scranton, from the University of Scranton, on the Friday. Yeah, it's right here. The Friday before, to kick off the convention weekend, he decides to come to town, and then it just became a national phenomenon at that point. We were in the China Times, we were in the
LA Times,
but it was worldwide.
The BBC News, NPR, everybody was calling at that point.
But again, 4 weeks prior to that, no
Nothing.
idea anything's gonna happen.
Nothing.
So it's all taking shape, but when we are going up to the hospitality suites with these folks, they're now going around getting drinks for the writers, and we're realizing the writers, that's where the rubber hits the road.
That's
and
where the rubber hits the road.
We had set up a thing which the writers are near and dear to Greg's heart, because he too is a writer, but he also knows that's where it's important. We had created a writer's block, which
you'll see, I
from
think,
there
it is. That's the writer's block. Those are all the writers on the
Jen
show.
Zalata, that's the entire, at that time.
That's
all
Greg
writers.
Daniels.
He's the creator. But we had a writer's block knowing that
And that's
that was the
everybody who came to
important part.
watch them.
Yeah.
Right.
But the writers, while we had the cast members doing their Q&As and all this other stuff and signing autographs, we had people assigned to take the writers all around the city.
Which
So
Greg Daniels wanted to do.
he wanted it.
Yeah.
None of the writers were allowed to land in Avoca. He wanted them all to land in New York so they could get the feeling of coming up I-80 out of New York City to see what it would be like to do that commute coming back and forth from the corporate office and going up there. They just believe so deeply in this, basically this mockumentary of having it seem as real as it possibly could be.
And they went to all the local establishments. They traveled everywhere around town. They sort of broke apart and went to different areas. Greg went with them. So the writers are doing all that while the actors are doing all the entertainment, right? They're on stage, they're doing all the different events. We had
Working the crowds.
Office Olympics, we had a Q&A, we had a casino night, it just went on and on.
We did a
We had a
Saturday
bloggers.
night event at the CYC.
Oh, look-alike.
Which we're with a look-alike kind of competition, but also had a amazing band there. Forgot about the band story. So the band, we invited Scrantonicity to come. Basically, the guys who are in Scrantonicity, the one guy, Bob Thiel, we found out, through a few different people, he's a guy who actually did The Office. He didn't write it, but he did The
performed
Office,
it,
theme
Theme
song.
song, yeah.
He was actually in Scrantonicity, and I think another band that they
The
had,
Scrantones, I think he called
Scrantones.
it.
So we invite him to come and basically be our band. So they were the band at this thing. Turns out everybody else is multi-talented. Ed Helms is here in town. This is before Hangover, and we had him playing a banjo at the Bog, just like in this 20-foot wide bar here in Scranton. But he too gets on stage and plays, and Melora Hardin is singing, and
Yeah.
Craig Robinson is losing his
Kate
mind playing
Flannery.
piano. Kate Flannery singing. They're just such multi-talented people, and Greg Daniels absolutely loved that show because it showed off all their talents. But the one call we get from this Bob Thiel, I get it from him like 3 days before it's about to happen, and he says, he's like, oh, my bass player can't make it. And we're like, well, that's okay, we got bass players around here. He's like, do you mind if I bring another guy with me? I still need to pay that guy. Turns out to be like the bass player from Weezer decides to like fill in for this guy. Just absolutely, like all these things begin to happen like the week of. So we didn't even get to the rap party. So
No,
we have
yeah,
to kind
yeah.
of wrap
Yeah,
this
yeah,
up. The bottom line is,
it
it
was
happens,
successful.
creates a relationship with them. So now moving forward, the writers have a much better feel for what Scranton really is. And this is where, this endearing character that became Scranton, like long-term in this show, very different from the slough treatment, is something we're the beneficiaries of to this very day. And it's,
If you watch the show, that's when the shift happens. There's no more Chili's after the Office Convention. After the Office Convention, it gets more and more authentic. in the office itself, the things that you see up and around, and in the speaking. It's Alfredo's, it's Cooper's, it's Poor Richard's, it's real companies. Even when they had like a job day, all real companies. So they truly got very deep and detailed. They felt the more authentic it was, the better it would be. So then when the wrap party did come around, that was as simple as saying, do you want to do it again? And Greg Daniels saying, yep, and then everybody came.
Well, we sold him before he left town. We were standing on a balcony at the University of Scranton. Greg's parents had come with him. It was just an amazing
His
celebration.
dad said he'd been to, he's like, I've been to a Super Bowl, I've been to the Oscars, this is the best party I've ever been to. It was for his son. I mean, I know, but it was still felt good to hear.
But nonetheless, we sold Greg as we were leaving. We're like, listen, this is a crazy thing. We can't do this every year. However, should the show ever end, and we hope it doesn't, we know that you currently host a wrap party every year on the Santa Monica Pier. We would just ask that you do that party here in Scranton. So it was already the plant, the seed was already planted. So Michelle is absolutely right. At that point, we had created enough street cred. Everything went as they had hoped, even better than they had hoped. So they owned it.
Only one person couldn't make it, though, and that was Steve Carell. To the wrap party.
To the wrap party. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So we get the entire cast. Not the Fab Four, but at this time you have to remember, season 9, Steve Carell is no longer
not there.
in the show.
And they're wrapping up. The wrapping up of the show is like in 2 weeks after the wrap party.
Yeah.
So so we don't think Steve is coming. Well, you.
So I'm working with some of the producers of the show, and a couple weeks out, I get a call saying that Steve can come. You'll see a little bit later on as we're leaving, we're going to play a little when we introduce Steve. It was a complete surprise. I didn't tell Michelle. I didn't tell my
Brian
wife.
Baumgartner told me when he found out. It was great.
It was legitimately the day before. But the reason they were trying to keep that a secret, it was a secret that he was going to appear in the final episode of the show. So we were trying to keep all that under wraps. Plus, I told them I did not want him here in town for the parade we did downtown because there's no way we could have protected him. It was hard enough to protect Jim and Pam.
Yeah.
So we only had him up at PNC Field at the end of this amazingly awesome day. We did a surprise intro. So you'll see that a little bit later on. But getting all of those guys there, to build back and go kind of back to the beginning of the perception of The Office and how big it is today and how we are the beneficiaries, The Office today is bigger than it's ever been. Mm-hmm. Aside from being America's favorite comedy for 9 seasons on NBC, Netflix has changed the story. They are now, we spoke to guys who created this Netflix series recently who said The Office's 7% of the downloads is episodes of The Office today.
Yeah.
Everything else is a far second to The Office. That's just amazing. Their biggest audience is 14-year-old kids who are getting into it now. This benefit for Scranton,
The gift that keeps on giving.
it's going to keep giving.
Right.
Like that hard scrabble town. Kids these days don't even know what coal is, but they know The Office.
Right.
When they hear Scranton, they think of like a good, happy, positive thing.
And that's why Brian came back. An oral history of The Office was all about trying to figure out why it's so popular. All these years after the show ended, why do 14-year-olds love this show? And he came back here to sort of as part of that anthropology and research about all that. But kind of tying it back to the beginning and that idea of shifting the narrative, right? So we had this incredible opportunity with The Office to shift the narrative, and we seized it, right? We took it, and that became our new story, right? That was shifting perception, especially of a community, is like steering a big ship. And the Office gave us the opportunity to be agile and to shift it faster. And now, as The Office is still popular, we're very lucky, and the connection still lives, but it's really like that going from cold to cool, right? That's sort of, nobody identifies us with that. You wouldn't get the reaction I got in college anymore, right?
Michelle mentions the cold cool. It's one of our favorite headlines after the 2007 convention. This was after a weekend, perception had changed. Some of the headlines that we loved, one Washington Post maybe called The Office convention a Star Trek convention with girls. So there was these great, awesome things, but the Philadelphia Inquirer legitimately had a headline saying Scranton has gone from cold to cool. That's a sea change, and that's amazing. Obviously, we can't take credit for it, but all of that combined and bringing it all together
comes together.
certainly helped.
And I think that's the takeaway that, in your community, what can you look to? What authentic acorn can you turn into a mighty oak, right? So Bethlehem, Pennsylvania had a dying, had a dead steel town, and they started calling themselves Christmas City. They had a European Christmas market, and now they call themselves on their website Festlehem, right? They have festivals all year round. The Dead Mill is now a venue for arts and entertainment. It's vibrant, it's alive. You take Pittston, Pennsylvania, which is just a few doors down from us, and they took tomatoes and decided to be the tomato capital of the world. Old Forge used pizza. If you look to bigger cities, San Antonio used the Riverwalk. Nashville is the music capital. Like, what is that little thing that you can grab and turn into something bigger? Right now, Tamaqua, Pennsylvania has decided they're going to be the happiest city in America. And they're doing a whole planning study. They're very serious about it. A whole planning study starting from how do we make people happy. So the planning, every effort and initiative they do ties back to the 5 factors of happiness that are known for making the happy, worldwide, for making the happiest places to live. And so they want to ultimately connect everyone in the city to the community and each other, because meaningful connections are the key to happiness. So it is like, what is the thing that you can create to shift the narrative in your community, right? And you can find it or you can create it, but you have to tell that story, and you can take something like Bethlehem did the steel and turn it into a positive, right? And then it starts to bring up the region, right? When you look at the whole Bethlehem area, ABE area, the whole region's coming up. Scranton comes up, the whole region comes up with it, and we try to make those connections, So that's something that we think is really important, but we have something else we want to do.
We do, yeah. But before we do that, I'll just tie kind of up what Michelle was saying. We knew we were standing on the shoulders of giants, by tapping into the creators of the office, and so not everybody is quite that fortunate. But as Michelle says, in a small way, anybody can seize an opportunity. Fortunately for us, we did seize that opportunity. It's hard to say what would have happened had we never really reached out and made that connection happen. But for Scranton, are we really monetizing it or taking advantage of this? Aside from, a handful of people coming through town, and they do quite a bit come through town, and they'll go to Poor Richard's and buy a t-shirt, or Cooper's and grab a mug or something like that. But are they staying at the hotels? We think they are, but we really don't trace all that. But the really thing is, what can we do? And most importantly, what can we do in terms of job growth? What can the chamber do to convince some other brilliant mind like Greg Daniels, who looks at a map of the United States saying, I'm going to put my satellite branch in Scranton? How do we get, more businesses who, may not like to be in Lower Manhattan these days to open up a satellite branch here in Scranton and create jobs here? So that's part of our long-term goal.
Yeah, because we are benefiting from urban flight, right? People are coming to Scranton, buying homes here. It's their refuge. And, as we were talking, as Tim makes this call, as we were talking, we said, what can we do to keep, if you know the show, so that Jim and Pam don't leave, right? What can we do so that, we support Kevin's Bar and small businesses, right? So how can we continue to do that as we move forward?
Exactly. So we were asked by the creators here, the organizers of this event, to leave you with, I don't know, maybe some type of directive or some type of plan to move forward. And Michelle and I are always hesitant. We're not really high up on the chain to do that. So we're going to make a call into corporate to see if we can get some specific marching orders that you guys can go by. Here, if you want to.
Yep. Yep. This is the microphone,
I think
right?
that's it. Can you guys hear this?
David Wallace.
Hey, David. Hi, this is Tim and Michelle calling in from the Scranton branch. We're here with the AAF this morning. I know it's a little bit early where you are right now, but just looking if we can get your ear for a minute. We have some ideas that
Hey, Tim, I'm sorry. Haven't I asked you, very politely I might add, please don't call me on Saturday morning, okay? It's very early, and I'm happy to help, but is Michael there?
No,
Can
Michael.
you put him on? I think he's going to have to.
No, Michael's not here. Dwight told us we could call you anytime, basically. So
Look, I'm about to tee off. So is that Michelle? I hear Michelle's laugh. Hi, Michelle. I know this was not your idea. Tim is
I'm not an
unstoppable.
improver by any means.
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andy Buckley plays David Wallace. Just checking in from sunny California right now. Thank you so much for waking up early and spending your morning with us, Buckley.
Well, you know, when I think of Scranton, I think of branding, and I think
You gotta go with the speech I gave you. Come on.
I think of the American Advertising Federation. If that's the exact, I don't know if that's the exact.
Can you guys hear
And
this?
I think of Joe, and I think of Joe Biden, and I think of Tim and Michelle.
Oh, that's very sweet.
That's
Let's give it up for Tim and Michelle, everybody.
Thank you.
But Buckley, we're very interested though in your perceptions of it. First of all, could you just quickly mention how you became part of how you joined the office convention?
I had followed Michelle's architecture blog for decades. No. No, I'll be quick. You people are professional. I'm just a guy waking up to get his kids some lousy tasting pancakes. I got lucky, got to be on the show, season 3. I didn't even know there was a convention or anything. I was actually calling. Speaking of branding, so to speak, I was working at Merrill Lynch. I was an advisor at Merrill Lynch at the time because I had stopped acting because it was really going well. And I said, well, in my spare time, which is all the time, I'll become a financial advisor. And I had just out of nowhere said, oh, look, maybe I'm going to be on the show every once in a while, and I can figure out something where, I'm an advisor and I'm also the CFO, and maybe there's a Scranton branch and I can somehow utilize that. So I just literally Googled, Merrill Lynch, Scranton, and it popped up a fellow named Roland Greco, who was also an advisor at Merrill Lynch, like is the first name you see, and he was on he was at the Scranton Wilkes-Barre branch, and I just called him and said, hey, here's a crazy thing. I'm an advisor out here in Century City, and that show, The Office, blah blah blah. And anyway, so when after a minute of him saying, "What are you talking about? You're what? You're with the guy who's on the show, and you're an advisor?" And I said, "Yeah, and I'm not very good at either, frankly." Oh wait, before I miss it, okay. So there's a couple. Tim Holmes is the greatest guy in the world, and Michelle Dempsey is a wonderful mother and a heck of an American. No, okay, so I got those in. No. So anyway, and luckily Roland right off the bat said, "Hey, they're having a convention here in about a month, or I don't even think it was that. It was like a couple of weeks." Yeah. And he said, "Are you coming in?" And I said, "Well, I guess not, because I didn't even know about it." And he said, "Oh, you gotta come. Let me come. I know the guy who's putting it on. Let me call him." And so, luckily, he called Tim, and Tim called me, and 10 minutes later, or 20 minutes later, something like that, and it was fantastic. He said, "Well, yeah, we got to include Wallace," and so it was fantastic, and I was just so excited to be there. It was a blast.
Before you came to Scranton, and we're being conscious of our time, but before you came to Scranton, what were your perceptions? And then when you got here and now?
And time-wise, I got all the time in the world. I can go on hours. My perception of Scranton, I don't know. I just assumed it was like a Bethlehem Steel type of place, or one of these all the right moves towns. If anybody remembers that Tom Cruise movie from
These kids are too young. Yes, I do.
So that was kind of Scranton. I mean, it was so that was sort of my impression. I didn't have I didn't think it was some terrible place or anything like that. But it wasn't like it was what it's become, and obviously in terms of the world. But I didn't know, jumping ahead, once I got there, just how spectacular it was. I love it. It's one of my favorite places to go. I haven't been there in about 10 years because I don't. No, I'm kidding. No, but I love to go. But my impression now. It's exceptionally charming. It's like a true American city, and you just feel great being there. Granted, when I walk around, I'm sort of like a known commodity. So it's
that is actually a
that's
very
cool.
good point. Buckley, if I could interject briefly, that was one of the big takeaways when we had the ensemble cast here basically in 2007. If they're having lunch out in LA, and George Clooney is across the dining hall, these people are invisible. But they came here to Scranton, and you'll see these pictures that are flipping behind us. There, people were losing their minds. When Phyllis came out at 7 a.m. to go live with Al Roker on NBC, she had no idea what to expect. She comes walking out. She had, at the time, kind of turned her ankle, so she had a cane, and she's holding her purse. And as we're about to take her out, she's the first one coming out of the door. The kids at the University of Scranton had stayed up all night, 4,000 of them on the lawn, many of them pretty drunk. And we begin to take Phyllis outside of the room. And as I'm taking her out, and we're like short for time, she reaches in her purse and pulls out a camera. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I want to take a picture for my mom." And so I'm like, "Give me the camera." I took it. I'm like, "I'll take a picture for your mom. Get out here." And she walked out the door, and it just erupted, and her eyes just welled up, and she started bawling, crying. It was just amazing. And the Phyllis story.
Because she's not an actress.
She's not an actress.
Was she the line reader? What was her role, Andy?
She was casting.
She was the assistant to the casting woman,
All
Allison
of
Jones.
this stuff.
She was
if you listen to
like you would go in and you would read with her, and then Allison would sit there and with the producers of whatever it was that they were casting, and you would check in with Phyllis, "Hey Phyllis, good to see you," and type thing, and then you go in and she reads with you, and after they couldn't find, they're like, why don't, like, Phyllis is great, why don't we just use Phyllis? Greg Daniels said, and Allison said, "Yeah, that's a great idea."
So she wasn't used to being a rock star, and all of a sudden she was a rock star.
And speaking of rock stars, that weekend, it started on Thursday when they all arrived, because we all had to be prepared at 7 a.m. to go live nationwide with Al Roker. It just so happened that night was Craig Robinson's birthday. Yeah. So we all go to what was Whistles at the time, and almost everybody, Leslie David Baker and Phyllis didn't stay out as late as all of us did, but we wound up closing that place and going back to the Radisson. And Craig Robinson is at 2:30 in the morning playing the piano in the bottom of the Radisson. And we had about 3 hours to go live nationwide. So a lot of us were in rough shape that morning, but
yes.
we made it through. Buckley actually had to come late because he was doing an episode. So he actually showed up a little bit later on Saturday. I think you showed up with Melora, and a couple others were shooting at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a couple of writers. It was the first time, first of only 6 times, but it was fantastic that I ever took an Ambien on the overnight flight, and I had no idea how magical they are. You just sleep
Speech is
for
brought to you by Ambien, ladies and
you
gentlemen.
just sleep for 8 straight hours.
Big Pharma taking care of us here.
Right.
So I'm here to promote Ambien and all pharmaceutical drugs.
All right,
but,
so 4 minutes.
But time-wise, one thing, I know, obviously, you guys, it's about branding and marketing and everything else, and I kid them, but I think Tim and Michelle were spectacular in knowing what they had, and sort of soft selling and saying, we got this great town and it's here. Like, let's try and get these folks here. Hey, if they're coming, great. If they're not coming, we got to have a party. I mean, let's get Scranton, on the map for a fantastic reason. Which I think they were able to, just their general enthusiasm, for the show, but then also just knowing how great their city was, and knowing what an opportunity it was to sort of have to have the show. And I mean, it's kind of crazy. I'm certainly one of the luckiest guys going. The show has become so much bigger now than what it was then. I mean, it's just, you kind of go anywhere. Kids, teenagers are just watching it everywhere. Whether you're in the U.S. or over in Europe or wherever. So it's kind of wild that it's actually that much bigger now than when it was when the convention happened.
As is your career.
But
you're a full-time actor now. We're just
Full-time actor. Doesn't have to work at Merrill Lynch anymore.
yes, they finally realized he's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Let's get him out the door. But I think they really seized on the opportunity, and then once they started getting once they got some people from the show there, then they were able to get the whole thing, and then when the big final end of the show party happened, I mean that was a fairly big deal.
That was a big deal.
And it's hats off to both of those guys, just knowing what like how great Scranton is, what's great about Scranton, and let's utilize this little unique thing now, and then my goodness, all the political stuff back in what's still going on with Biden, but with Hillary Clinton and Biden both being from there, with that, you guys kept utilizing it in terms of bringing office people in and whether it was I've Come or Baumgartner or Kate Flannery or you were smart in getting people there constantly.
Thanks, Buckley. So we're going to be wrapping up now.
We're going to be wrapping up?
Yeah, we are so appreciative that you joined us for this. I think...
Did you guys get... I'm ready to do the PowerPoint if you guys can get me up on the Skype.
Yeah, what do we got, like 40 more minutes? No, but what we wanted to say to wrap up, just to bring it all together, and we'll do this with you too, Buckley, since you're on the phone with us, but, it's really, what do you have in your city or your region, your community, that you can use to shift the narrative and change perception to bring out the best in your city, because we all know that perception is reality. And it's not always easy. This was really hard, but as they say again, in the podcast, what makes it harder makes it better. So we hope you'll all take on that challenge.
And that is what she said.
Yes! He read the script. Actually, no, that was completely
That's
He's the professional, this guy.
So you want to say thank you, Buckley?
Thank you, Buckley. No, thanks for humoring a guy about to make some bad pancakes. No, I hope these guys were helpful, and I imagine they were, and they're just two magnificent people.
You're too kind, brother. You're too kind.
Thanks. And thanks to everybody, and thank you to the Northeast Pennsylvania American Advertising Federation for having us. We really had fun, and we hope you enjoyed this as well. Thanks a lot, everyone.
AAAAF.
Yeah, say it loud and say it proud.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks so much, Buckley.
Bye, Buckley.
We'll buzz you later.
Okay.
Excellent. So we're going to leave you with something here. Again, how great is this guy to call at 7:30 in the morning or to answer our call? Again, we've developed some great relationships with these folks. When he comes to town, he wants to stay at my house. He's like, I stay, and when we've been out in LA, I stay at his house. Just a wonderful guy. But, Michelle and I talked about it earlier. Talk about building your brand. He's a guy who built his own brand. He was trying to be an actor for years and years and years, and then he sees this opportunity to reach out to us. He was absolutely not invited to come to this thing.
Well, he didn't have an agent. He didn't have a
he had
manager,
nothing. He had nothing. He was still a Merrill Lynch guy, but he wasn't part of the ensemble cast. And basically, the way they had set it up out there was the ensemble cast. They had many people who would come and go. They didn't know if David Wallace was going to be a regular feature in the show. But when he came here and he spent the weekend with all the writers, they all fell in love with the guy. How do you not fall in love with this guy? So, he was working on his own brand. So this too is also a message. Not only your towns, but this is you got to build your own brand. You got to seize your own opportunities, and this is what he did. But we're going to leave you with one more thing here. So as we kind of discussed earlier on with the wrap party, it was pretty extraordinary. We did not tell anybody that Steve Carell was coming. We basically couldn't have handled it if we did, because really what we wanted was Office fans to come. We didn't want 40-year-old Virgin fans to come. It was really about a celebration for the fans, and that's exactly what it was. You'll see PNC Field. It is not full. We were selling tickets for $7 and $14. And this is the people, 7,000 people came, it was amazing. But had we promoted Steve Carell, we wouldn't have been able to handle it. The nice thing is, we didn't, and then we created it, we set up this surprise. So as we're leaving, if you're there at home and you want to take a break now, because I believe there's a break coming up, are there any questions?
There are not.
Okay, good. I think we hit everything. We'll leave you with this. If you want to watch this, it's only about a 3-minute video, but you'll see Michelle and I, we had introduced the entire cast. I think it's just the last few cast members are coming up now, but you'll hear, you do have to turn down your volume. We specifically, I in my own paper said the day before, Steve Carell is not coming to this convention. Do not buy a ticket with the hope that he is. And so people truly believed he was not coming to the show. And you'll hear the guy who's holding this camera. There's about 100, if you just Google Steve Carell and Scranton, you'll see about 100 videos posted. This one has a few million views. Nope, 625,000, but it is a good one. But this is, you'll hear the guy audibly say at one point when we do this little bit where there's an empty chair out there, the guy says, why would they do that? Because he was so convinced that Steve was not coming. And then you'll get to hear it right now. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you.
There's an extra chair here.
Oh. Why would they do that?
Wait a minute, I see a late addition to the batter's box here, kids.
It's not Steve Carell.
And this evening, playing, of all people, Michael Scott.
A lot of examples of that. But thank you again, folks. Thank you for having us. Have a great weekend.
Terrific, I'm ready. Terrific. Hi, my name's Paul Strunk, and I'm here to talk a little bit about tips and tricks for your AAF club. What I've done, I actually have a PowerPoint that I couldn't technologically figure out how to make work on this. So what I did, I just sent it to Catherine, and she can get it around to you, although I don't think it's got all that much detailed information on it. I guess let me tell you a little bit about myself. We'll start off with that. Somehow I have 40 years of fundraising experience. That sort of is shocking to me as it is to you. Hopefully it's to you. I don't know. I don't know if I look that old. I guess I do. But let me tell you a little bit about my resume. I started off working with the Boy Scout. I went to college. I'm from Scranton, went to college at the University of Pittsburgh, started working with the Boy Scouts, worked with them for about 3 years, did a lot of things for them, camping and all that kind of stuff. But I really enjoyed the fundraising part. So I ended up going to what I thought were the best fundraisers in the area, and that was the folks at the University of Scranton. There I got a job, and I worked for 11 years, and I did everything from, I did a whole bunch of stuff. I started off doing assistant director of development, which was grants and special events, became assistant to the president, kind of became his development alter ego, and did some things with the board and got to be on leadership committees. That was kind of fun. Then I became director of plan giving. Then I became director of annual giving, director of development, finally there at the university. And I think that's all the jobs I had there. Then I went on to Wilkes University, and I became vice president for advancement there. And advancement there was defined as fundraising, which is development, and public relations and marketing, along with alumni. Then I came back to the University of Scranton as vice president there, and again had the same role with alumni development and public relations and marketing. After that, I went up to Marywood University, worked there for about 7 years. Following that, I went down to Lackawanna College and became vice president there. While I was there, after about 2 or 3 years, a friend I made at Marywood came to me. He had become the vice president down at a place down in North Carolina. And he came to me and he said, geez, I'm thinking about setting up a consulting firm. Would you ever want to do that? And I thought, well, yeah, why not? So here we are 5 years later. Edwards and Strunk has been around for 5 years, I should say. And we've been helping clients literally from Los Angeles to Massachusetts and everywhere in between, including in Scranton, PA, which is kind of fun. It's always nice to be able to get up in your own bed in the morning and get off to work. So what I want to talk a little bit about is fundraising. And the very first thing I want to do is do sort of a case study. And the name of the case, this is actually all true, by the way. The name of the case is the $25,000 loan. So years ago when I was at the University of Scranton, I discovered that the National Society of Fundraising Executives, which is now called AFP, I hope you've heard of AFP, maybe you have, maybe you haven't, but the AFP was thinking about expanding a chapter from Allentown up to Scranton. So I went to the Allentown chapter president and said, geez, the University of Scranton, be willing to host your first meeting if you'd like. They said, fine. We hosted the first meeting. Ultimately, they asked me to become the leader of the new effort. And I did that for about 4 years, 2 years formally as president, 2 years sort of in a startup role. In the middle of it all, the goal was obviously to get 15 members. That's what the national organization required us to have, was 15 members. But they would give us a loan of $2,500 during formation. So ultimately, we accepted the loan, of course, because we thought that would be wonderful and very helpful in that way. And this is back in around 1992. So if I'm talking in year 2000 money, or 2020 money, I should say, that's probably much more like, I don't know, $4,000, $4,500, something like that. But anyway, so they gave us a loan of $2,500 and we had to repay it. So we had this debt and we didn't have 15 members. We had about 10 members and we weren't a chapter. We were sort of just a chapter in formation. And they started wanting us to repay the loan. So the question became, how do you repay that loan? So it's kind of interesting, I think. The first thing we did we had a pretty terrific board. Those 7 or 8 members that we had were all board members. It's sort of the way it worked back then. They were all determined. I can't get over how good the board was and how determined they were to get this job done and to get the chapter started and to pay back the money and to do everything well. So what they decided to do was they decided they were going to have a fundraising event. Now, I'm sure that everyone in the room and everyone online just went, oh my God, a fundraising event. Ugh. I don't blame you. I think that's what we all did too, because everyone that we were with, we were all fundraisers. So the question became, what kind of fundraising event? Well, our national organization did something called National Philanthropy Day. It was the last Friday before Thanksgiving every year. They would go and get congressional approval of Philanthropy Day, and they would try to do some stuff. So we thought we would mimic them, and we would get local people, the local cities in northeastern Pennsylvania to adopt it as Philanthropy Day. And we asked the 7 or 8 people to go out and get that done. But that wasn't going to help us with money. So we decided that we would do a special event, which was a luncheon. Luncheons we thought were sort of interesting. No one was doing luncheon at that time. Now there's a couple of them, not many. And we would honor people. And so we would have the the Philanthropist of the Year for Northeastern Pennsylvania, the Foundation of the Year for Northeastern Pennsylvania, the Corporation of the Year for Northeastern Pennsylvania, the Professional Fundraiser of the Year for Northeastern Pennsylvania. We had a bunch of categories, and we were hoping to get a whole bunch of people there. Well, it turned out that we ended up having something like, I think it was almost 190 people show up. We only charged $35. And the one rule, and this was the most important rule of the whole thing, was that we would have everyone out of the room by 1:30. So it started at noon, and at 1:30 it was over. And we sold it that way. We told everyone they would be in their cars at 1:35, and they were. That first year was pretty incredible. It was at a place called the Pittston Convention Center, which no longer exists, kind of thankfully. The food was, rigatoni in canned sauce, chicken breasts, like a big buffet, and it wasn't great food. I think they charged us $12 a head, and then we had like $3 for different expenses. So the whole thing was we were making probably about $20, $25 on each person. That was it. And still we were trying to make that $2,500. We figured if this were the first year, if this worked, we could do it again and again and again. Well, I'm happy to announce that although COVID has gotten in the way, they've had this Philanthropy Day luncheon every year since. And it's gotten bigger and bigger and more important. I'm also happy to announce that the Northeastern Pennsylvania chapter, which again, we were struggling to get 10 people, 11 people. Every time that we got a new person, we were so excited by it. Because it was expensive to be a member. It was like $150 to be a member. I think it's much more than that now. I think it's probably closer to $250. And most of that money, in fact, I think all that money goes to national. So what we did was we were just excited to get things moving. And right now, today, if you go to an AFP meeting, local AFP meeting, Scranton AFP, Northeastern Pennsylvania AFP, you're going to find that there are about 50 members. They have a war fund of about $50,000. I think that's where it was. Maybe it's less than that now, but it's real. It's real, and they have no debt, and the organization is strong. And when I go to those meetings, I feel like a proud papa. They're really kind of wonderful. So I tell you that story, and I use this case because I think what we're thinking about is tips and tricks. And that's not a trick. It's not a tip. It's just work. And I think we all do work every day. And let me suggest that one of the things you consider doing, I know you probably, many of your organizations already probably have special events, but maybe you can build on that in some way. So I guess I do have a bunch of tips here. And again, I did send this, my PowerPoint out to Catherine, and she can share it with you. But my first tip is be important. Be important. So I'm going to go back to that AFP, because I think that AFP club and your clubs may have some kind of common mission and common topics. Um, we made sure that our mission wasn't just social. Wasn't just social. As a matter of fact, we had a monthly educational seminar every month. We had an educational seminar every month. It was a luncheon, and it was about a half hour of someone making a presentation. Sometimes they were just local experts. Sometimes they were from further away. But the education part of it was very important. And I guess the question is why would that even matter? And that's important to know that let me just take this here. It's important to know in that when you go to hire someone in Scranton or Wilkes-Barre or those areas, it doesn't sell well. So if someone's living in Malibu, California, it is very unlikely when they come to Scranton or Wilkes-Barre or again thereabouts, they're going to go, wow, I want to stay here for the rest of my life. Now, once people come, they do tend to love it, and it takes a little bit of time. But that initial look, Scranton's a little dusty, a little down to heels. I love it. Born and raised there, my home for a long time. But again, does it sell well? No. So how do you get professionals? And that way is, of course, to build your own, to grow your own. So it's really important for organizations like the AFP or the AAF to do a lot of good education so that the people in your clubs and in your area can get jobs at other places and that you become very valid. At the same time, there's two more subpoints to this. So the first subpoint is don't expect other people to support something that you don't. So if for some reason, you think that the AAF is great and you're happy that you're here at this conference in person, or if you're doing it online, you're online because you're away from work for a couple days, but you don't really care. That's tough. That's tough. You actually have to make sure that the people who are on your board, the people who are your leaders, really believe that you have an important mission. Because people aren't going to support something that the board doesn't support. So I'm going to give you a great example. I want you to pretend you're in a neighborhood. And in the neighborhood, you've decided that you're going to pick up garbage on the side of the road for some reason. Now, normally what happens when a neighborhood organization gets together like that, let's say there's 5 people in the little, group that's going to do it. One person will say, oh, I'll get the little bags that we use. One person will say, oh, I'll pick up, the vests so that you don't get hit by cars. Another person will say, oh, I'll get the donuts. Another person will say, I'll get the coffee. And all of a sudden, you've got, a dozen people out there picking up litter on the side of the road. The road looks better. Everyone's happier. It all works out. But those 4 or 5 people that invested in the organization, in the project, those investors, they're the ones that said, I believe this is important. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I want the road clean. I'm going to spend $5 on black paper or black plastic bags. I'm going to spend $5 on donuts. I'm going to spend $5 on coffee, whatever. You get the idea. So it's got to be important to the people who are on your board, not just something that someone else is going to do. It's something that you have to want to do. The next part of it, and I did this, and again, when we did the founding of the AFP chapter, we were just doing what felt right, and this was sort of easy. The biggest fundraising organizations in the Scranton Wilkes-Barre area at that time, I think it's still probably true, were the colleges. There's 13 outlets for higher education. Each one of them has some kind of a fundraising organization. So we, meaning probably me, would go around once a year and make sure that we told all the vice presidents what was happening and get their input, because the vice presidents were busy. They sometimes would come to the meetings, but for the most part, they would not. But they were happy to have a training resource right there in the city. And we would let them know. We would make sure that they understood exactly what was happening. At the same time, once a year, right around the holidays, we would have a little holiday cocktail party for people at a certain age, and a certain rank in the profession. So anyone who was a vice president, anyone who had been involved in fundraising for 15 years or some number, got invited. It was usually a nice place, the Westmoreland Club or somewhere nice. And it was just 20 minutes to tell them about what was happening with the club, but also a long time for them to get to talk to each other and cry on each other's shoulders or whatever they were doing. And I think that that also helped make the AFP important, because up to that point they really weren't getting together. So cultivating your industry leaders is going to be important too. So that's tip number one, and that is the important. Tip number two is to develop a rainy day fund. And I think you probably already know this, and this is probably why you have this section of your program. If your club is having a crisis, it is a very poor reason to go ask for money. Let me say that again. If your club is having a crisis, it's a very poor reason to go ask for money. There's that old saying that your crisis is not a reason. I can't remember what the saying is, but I'm sure you can look it up and find it. When you do go and you decide you're going to ask for money, so what we did with the AFP was we went to the colleges and universities in the area, and we asked them for some seed money. And they gave it to us for the most part through advertising in the little program book that we put together for that luncheon. But those ads were like $500 each. They weren't cheap ads at that time. Right now, $500 would be an $800 ad or something. It's probably $1,000 if I know them. And to get a vice president to write $1,000 out of their budget, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And so the question you have is, have you earned the right to ask? So we're talking here a little bit about cultivation. And, do your constituents actually know what you want to do or what you are currently doing? Do you have an ongoing relationship with these people? And that's sort of where that cocktail party came in. And that is sort of where going to visit them on a yearly basis. No one's got time to visit them weekly, monthly, any of that stuff. So but I did make it a point that through the course of a year, about one a month, I would go and visit people and just say, let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what we're trying to accomplish. We need your help. And then when it came time for the program book to be developed, they all understood why it was good for them to invest in this, because they were going to get at some point a good qualified employee. So the last part of this particular tip is people respond to cultivation or solicitations the same way you do, not how you project them to. So what does that mean? If you send everyone a letter, you're going to get what you think you're going to get, or how you would react to that. So if I get a letter in the mail, which I will, I'm sure there's 7 of them waiting for me right now. I'm actually in Jersey City, New Jersey. I'm not in Scranton. But when I get home, there'll be a bunch of them waiting for me in the mail. There were a few there yesterday. Do I read them? Do I look at them? The answer is probably not. Probably not. No, I don't. But what does the person who sends me the mail expect? Well, in my mind, what I think they are expecting, and I could be wrong on this, and I sort of hope I am wrong on this, is that, the letter carrier comes, I run out to the mailbox, I get the letter, and I say, oh my God, it's a letter from your organization, whatever it is. I've been waiting for this. I immediately open it and I read every sentence of it. Oh my God, oh, look, they want money. What? Who knew? Oh my goodness. And there's a pledge card in there. And I'm going to actually yell out to the postal carrier, stop, I need to get this emergency check out. Hold on. No. What most people do is they get their mail, open it up, they see the organization. And when they see the organization, they've already made the decision whether they're going to support you or not. They've already made the decision whether they're going to support you or not. So they bring it into the house. They sit and they go, okay, this is the dog organization. I love them. I love dogs. That's going to go in the A pile. And this is um the other organization, the fish organization. I hate the fish organization. And they're going to take that, and they don't even have to hate them. They just don't have to like them, and put that in the garbage without even opening it most times. I know all that work, and it doesn't even get opened. All that work, and it doesn't even get opened. But let's say it does get opened. What most people do is they say, oh, this is something I really want to support. So I'm going to put it in my bill area. Most people, although a lot of it's electronic now, but most people do have sort of this area in their house where they put stuff that's important as far as mail goes, whether it be a bill basket, a bill bag, a bill drawer, a bill area on the counter, on your dining room table, wherever you put them. And you go, next time I'm doing my bills, I'm going to fill this out. So you do your bills. I do mine usually on Tuesday for some unknown reason. Tuesday comes, boom, once a week I go through them. And once a week I look at my bank balance and I go, ooh, ouch. Would love to send them a check, or actually make an electronic gift. But I would love to do that, but I'm not going to do that because not this time. So you do that about 3 or 4 times. And then at the 4th time, that's sort of when you make the magic decision, yes or no. If it's yes, then you get on your Google and you look them up and you push send and you send them some money. If it's no, then you say to yourself, oh, geez, I really wanted to support them, but I think it's probably over now and I missed it. Oh, well, next time, I'm sure they'll send me something again. And you feel good, they feel good, but you really did want to send the money and you didn't. But again, that's not what the people who are writing the letters think happens. The people who are writing the letters, and you guys do a lot of the letter writing, you probably do a lot of the graphics and making it all right. They honestly do expect that people are dancing in their living rooms with the letter when it comes, so excited they get the opportunity. No. They actually respond the way that everyone in the room here responds, not the way you expect them to respond. So tip 3 is going to be about the ask. When it becomes time to ask someone, the best way to ask people, and there's a whole hierarchy of asking, but the best way to ask people is across a table or desk or wherever. I know that's hard in the days of COVID. We just had a great summer, masks, and people could go out to lunch. I'm afraid that summer was probably lost, and now we're getting into the fall. And although today's a gorgeous day, I'm thinking that lunch is probably not happening starting in, I don't know, November 8th. I don't know what even day of the week that is, but coming up, I got a feeling that it's over in northeastern Pennsylvania, at least. Maybe in your neck of the woods, it stays warmer, although it won't be much warmer. So maybe you get until November 15th or something. What you have to remember about asking someone for money, it's likely less than 1 minute in the entire length of a relationship. Relationships hopefully last for years. The people who were the vice presidents, I was not vice president at the time. I was helping organize that AFP chapter. I was, I don't even know what my title was, the director of annual giving or something. But people knew me and I knew them. And that's the key, is that, I was out in my community. I was a known commodity. And so my relationship with them had already started before this, and it went on after the AFP. So when you ask someone for money, there's something called the 5 R's of asking someone for money. It's got to be the right project. They've got to be asked by the right solicitor. It's got to be the right prospect. It's got to be at the right moment in time, and it's got to be the right amount. So let's unpack that for a minute. The right prospect. Does the person have money? During these COVID times, would the colleges be as likely to be supportive of this? No, they're having some admissions trouble. They're trying to make money. They may have a little bit of money for advertising or for donations, but No, this is not the right moment for that. The right solicitor, someone who wants to get to know someone is probably not the right solicitor. You want someone who actually is a friend, or at least has met the person and has some sort of relationship, hopefully a strong one, but some sort of relationship with the person you want to try to get your money from. The right project goes back to making what you're doing important. If I went to someone, let's say at the University of Scranton, and I asked them for some money for the Humane Society, chances are good they'd say no, because that's not part of their mission. It's not, they'd probably want to help. Everyone likes that organization. Everyone likes what they do, but it's probably not within their scope of business. The right time, again, we're talking about COVID. It's a tough time. It's a tough time. And the right amount. Again, we were asking colleges for $500 at that time. Again, this is about, I guess about 20 years ago, 20, something like that. And we thought that was a stretch. And it was a stretch, probably about 25 years. Anyway, so the question becomes is what's the right amount for the organizations now? I don't know that. I don't know your organizations. I don't know who you can go to, but you've got to make sure you don't ask for too little, God knows, or too much. And you'll sort of know that the way the people respond. If the people say, sure, here's no worry, I'm going to give you your $25 you're asking for. That's almost like, why did you bother having lunch with me for $25? But if they say, ooh, that's a little too much. I remember one time I was fortunate to go to meet the head of PNC Bank with the president of the University of Scranton. I'm not talking about the local Scranton head of PNC Bank, but in Pittsburgh, the guy who could make all of the decisions. And I was there with the president of the college and looked across at him, and we asked him for $1 million. And he literally, in the beautiful office, you could see PNC Field, top of the building, all that. He literally went like this. Oh, no. That's too much money. We'll give you the money the way we always do. Talk to your local president, a guy named Pete Danchik. He's a wonderful guy, and he'll hook you up. But $1 million, no, that's just not happening. Too much. So now I'm going to give you the only trick of fundraising. So when you ask someone for money, and this is probably a good trick for anything. If you ask someone for a promotion, if you ask someone for help, if you ask someone for whatever. But if you're asking someone for money, have a prop. And here's the prop. It's a coffee cup. Now, most of the time when I ask people for money, it's actually coffee in it too. Most of the time when I ask people for money, it's across the table. Frequently it's a meal, or at least there's water or a cup of coffee involved, or sometimes a drink, I guess. And what I usually do is, so let's say it's a meal, just to make it easy. You sit down, you do the pleasantries, and then I say to the person I'm about to ask for money, so what's been happening since the last time we got together in regard to whatever, usually their business. And this is where you get to determine, is this the right time? Is this the right project? Am I the right person? Do I have enough money here? So if someone says to me, oh my God, my business is going great guns, this COVID thing, I make PPE. Oh my God, we literally can't keep it on the shelves. Who knew? Or if they say, COVID, haven't made a dime since February. This is the worst of my life. We're thinking about closing. Well, maybe you won't ask them for anything. So anyway, you ask them how they are doing. You take their temperature. That normally, because people like to talk about themselves, I do. That's why I'm talking so long. So this goes on to, that's interesting. So this will go on until when the meal comes. So once the meal comes, I want the person across the table from me, the individual across the table from me, to enjoy their lunch and have a good experience. So I normally start talking at that point. I let them be quiet, enjoy the meal. I say, oh, go ahead, eat. I'll talk for a couple minutes. And I tell them what I want to tell them. I give them the information I want to give them. once I'm done with that and the meal is starting to slow down, it's, we're kind of looking at the door, we sort of know we've got, this is all over in 5-6 minutes. I look at them and I say, so how would you consider a gift of $500, $1,000 to the AFP chapter, to the AAF club, whatever the organization is? And what happens at that point, 9 times out of 10, is the person says, let me think about it, but that sounds reasonable. However, this is the trick. That's the hopeful. So I look at them and I say, would you consider a gift of $1,000? Then I very slowly pick up my cup off the table, very slowly bring it to my mouth, take a nice long sip, long as possible, and I set it down. Why? Because I want my prospective donor, my prospective benefactor, to make the next comment. If whoever makes the next comment is going to end up, I don't want to say losing because that's too strong, but it's going to end up losing money. So the person across the table is got a lot to think about. So let's pretend that you're a vice president at a college. You're going to think, okay, where can I get that money from? $1,000. I'd like to have an ad in that because these people are doing good work, and I really do like Paul. And yeah, so can I get it? Maybe I'll steal it out of the. Yeah, I've got that special fund over there. Yeah, and this is going on in their mind. So if you start talking, if the solicitor starts talking or continues talking, the person isn't paying attention or is going to get distracted. You want them to have time to actually think, to make their decision. So they're thinking about it. And by the way, if you're talking, at least for me, if I continue talking, I'm going to go something like this. So how about $1,000 without the cup? And then I look at the person, they're thinking, so they're not talking. I'm thinking, oh my God, $1,000 is too much. They say, how about 500? For 500, you get a smaller, you know what, for $250, a one-line listing for $50, it's really what I came for, but it's not. And I've lost $950. So have a cup, have a glass over here, have yourself prepared to make the person, give you a person across from you time to make a decision, or at least to start figuring out where they're going to get the money from. I as well enjoy a sip of my coffee while I'm doing that. So the fourth tip, I'm going to call it stewardship. I think everyone knows what stewardship is. That is, once you get a gift, you have to keep the person in the loop. In the old days, I used to, when I was doing presentations like this, I would say that the rules of fundraising are: find rich people, be nice to them, ask them for money, be nice to them, ask them for money, be nice to them, ask them for money. That's kind of still true. It's a little crude, but it sort of is the cadence of it. That said, no one wants to be treated like an ATM. No one wants you to come. Every time they see you, you're asking them for money. No one likes that. So most of your organizations, when you do get money from someone, whether it be for a program ad or whatever, you probably have some sort of a computer-generated acknowledgement, thank you note that you send to people. Is that enough? I don't think so. I mean, it depends on the size of the gift. So if someone gives you, a one-line listing for their name and a program, $50, sure, that's probably fine. But if someone's giving you $1,000, what's enough? What does stewardship look like? If someone's giving you $10,000, what does stewardship look like? It's really interesting. I guess the one point I want to talk about with this, I'm not sure how many people in the room are familiar with something called the Bank of America's survey of high net worth individuals. And it's Bank of America, but it's usually one of their subsidiaries that does it. I don't remember. I think JP Morgan, or I'm not quite sure. But if you Google Bank of America high net worth individual survey, you're going to see this incredible amount of information. It's longitudinal too. They've been doing this probably since 2003, I think, or 2004, something like that. The new one should be out right away this fall. I'm not sure they're doing it. COVID, again, has messed up everything. But I'm not sure if they're doing it, but hopefully they are. In there, you're going to find a treasure trove of information. When that comes out, I could literally take an entire weekend and just sit down and try to read it. A couple years ago, I was reading it and I discovered something that I thought was very fascinating. The people who give you a lot of money, the people that are close to you as an individual, the people that you're dealing with want to get the information about your organization, but they don't want to learn about it in a newsletter. Let me say that again. The people that you're dealing with, the people that you're acknowledging, want to get the information, but they don't want to get it in a newsletter. That said, they want to get the newsletter and they want to see the information in there, but they want to be treated specially. I guess the easiest way to describe this phenomenon, and it didn't make sense to me until a couple years ago, I had some pretty major surgery. And I had about 6 weeks to plan for the surgery. And so I had to decide in my mind, I didn't write a list or anything. This was all sort of done back channels. Who are the most important people in my life? And what I did was I would give them a call and say, hey, just to let you know that coming up in March, I'm going to be having this major surgery. And, or if I ran into them at the supermarket or whatever. But I made sure that certain people knew that this was happening in my life. Then, on the way driving home from the surgery, I had prepared a little note and I posted it to Facebook so that basically my whole universe knew that this happened. So the people that are your prospects, the people that are your top prospects are sort of like my surgery friends. And then I've got my newsletter people. My surgery friends got the newsletter, by the way, but that's not how they wanted to get the information. So if I had told my brother that I was going to have surgery through the newsletter, he would have probably come up and strangled me, right? I mean, that would just make sense. He doesn't want to learn about my surgery, his brother's surgery through a newsletter. He wants to learn about it firsthand. That makes him feel like he's important because he is. And that's what we're doing here. Okay. So we're moving through here, almost done. I'm sure you're happy that we're almost done. I know that I am. As a matter of fact, as I'm looking at this, I think we're down to the question part. I think it was supposed to be time for questions. I don't know how much time I have left, about 20 minutes. So with that, I'm going to ask, I don't know how you're going to get me questions, but I just want to go over my tips again, which is number one, be important. Number two, develop a rainy day fund. Number three, the ask, right person, right prospect, right solicitor, right project, right time, right amount. The trick, that's the cup of coffee, and stewardship. So with that in mind, does anyone have any questions for me? Again, I'm not sure how you're going to get me questions. I actually can't hear anything on your end. So I've been sort of talking to myself for 40 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, that's easy then. I hope this was helpful. I don't know if it was or not. I'm sure there's a way of measuring that, with the, sure. Okay. Um, so I think the answer to that is yes. I think there are some people which are just totally phobic to it, but they're going to be people that are phobic to almost everything. To ask someone for money, I think everyone can sort of do it. Although again, there are those rare individuals which really just can't. Um, this is the truth. If I had to ask someone for bus fare for $202.50 to ride the bus around Scranton, that would be hard. That would be really hard. But this is something, these organizations are things I believe in. And if you believe in the organization, if the organization's important to you, then you should be able to ask for money. That's number one. Number two, cold calls, no cold calls. I mean, you should be asking people for money who are likely to give you money. Cold calls that's ridiculous, right? That's just too hard. So, and by the way, it doesn't work. So if you send out those letters I was talking about earlier to, I can't remember what the statistic is anymore, but for every 100 letters you send out, like you get back 2. Cold calls are just terrible. People who are interested, for every letter you send out, you might get back 12 or 15. So yeah, I think asking people for money, anyone can do it, but it's not a cold call. Hopefully it's a long-term relationship that you have with the person you're asking.
One more. How do you manage and segment your audience for maximum efficiency and impact? Your audiences, I'm sorry.
So segmentation is probably the most important thing you can do. And we'll talk about segmentation for a second when it comes to mailing. So let's go back to the surgery story for a minute. And that's sort of audience segmentation. You got the people who are close to you, who got the personal Paul call, and then you've got the people who aren't close to me that just got the newsletter or the Facebook post. So I think in your organization, you sort of have to do the same thing. You need to figure out, who are the people who are closest to you. So let's say that it's again the AAF club. So you've got current members, you've got current board members, and then you've got past board members. So maybe current board members and past board members go in one clump, because those are the people, hopefully, that know the most about the organization and where it's going and why it was built and what the mission is and all that good stuff. So you've got that group. And then maybe you have a group, I don't know how often you have your meetings, but then maybe you have your group of people who are always coming to your meetings. So, if you have 50 people at every meeting and you got 10 people on your board, who are those 40 people? And let's say that you've tracked them, and every year there are 20 people who come to every single meeting. Well, they're coming for a reason. So maybe that 20 people become a group, but maybe the other people who come, they're a group too. So you've got like 4 or 5 groups that are segmented. So I think you just take a look at your own information that you have and figure out how to segment it. If you're doing a broader appeal to people, there are companies out there, and maybe they're sitting in the room. There are some great companies. There's one great company in Scranton that does this, that actually does annual funds for nonprofits and does all those letters and figures out, who is likely to make a gift that hasn't made a gift in the past. And, there's a lot of science behind it. There's a ton of science behind it. But that's not what I'm talking about. I don't think that's what you're talking about. I hope not. Maybe it is. And if it is, then find one of those companies. Times Printing, I think it is, which is PDQ. That's a great company that does that. But if you're just trying to segment your own list, I would do it by people who were in leadership positions in the past who no longer are. Maybe people who, if you have an award that you give out annually, maybe people who have gotten the award in the past. It's kind of when I was at whenever I worked at a college, people who had gotten past honorary degrees were a category. So who have you guys had? Who are your speakers? They cared enough to come to a meeting and take an hour to drive there, hour to drive home, sit down and come up with a speech for you. They cared a little bit. So who are those people? Try to come up with logical lists for your organization. That would probably be and then in those lists, I would send them special letters. As a former board member, as well as I do how difficult it is to that kind of thing. So.
And that concludes all of our questions.
Okay, great. Well, this has been fun for me. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. And I hope you get out and enjoy the rest of the sunny weather there in Scranton.
Thank you, Paul.
Bye.
And just to let everyone know, we are going to break for lunch now until 1 o'clock, so we will resume our presentations at 1. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the D2 conference, the AAF D2 conference here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, for those of you that are streaming online. For those of you that are here, welcome in person. I'm Lisa Reynolds. I am the Vice President for Education for AAF NEPA and an Assistant Professor of Graphic Design at Wilkes University. I'm so pleased to welcome you to this session. I think this session is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be really relevant. And I think we're going to learn a lot of really cool tips and tricks as far as leveraging video to make our clubs more successful. So let me introduce you to our incredible group of talent that we gathered here today. We're so fortunate to have every single one of you on here. Our first panelist is John McCulloch. So say hi to.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, let's clap for John. Yay. John is a multi-Emmy and Addy Award-winning producer-director who specializes in documentaries and storytelling branding. His documentary, The Man Who Would Be Polka King, was turned into the Netflix feature film, The Polka King, starring Jack Black and Jenny Slate. That's amazing. John received his MFA from New York University's Institute of Film and Television and his BA from the University of Notre Dame. Our next panelist is John Edwards. Jonathan Edwards, 570 Drone, is an award-winning videographer who specializes in aerial cinematography, organic social media growth, and live streaming with a simple philosophy: draw customers in with valuable content. Truth. No, there's more though. He is the founder of NEPACC. Thank you. A hyperlocal photo video group with over 600 members dedicated to bringing the level of photo and video production to new heights in northeastern Pennsylvania. To meet this goal, John provides training and resources through collaboration with some of the best photographers and filmmakers in the country. With a fresh perspective on content creation, a massive team of allies from all creative disciplines, and a record of producing thousands of videos with tens of millions of views, John Edwards is one of the area's leading experts on using video to grow your business. So welcome, John. And next on our panel, we have Sam. We have Samuel O'Connell. Sam is the creative director at Cole Creative and one of the founders of Cole Lab Productions. His passion is narrative storytelling with a focus on producing promotional content for our collaborators and narrative film. And Sam has prepared a fabulous reel of his work that we're going to take a peek at right now.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the fam to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe them everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect, yeah.
Excellent. So thank you so much, Sam. Great. And our final panelist is Ryan Wood. Ryan is a videographer with Discover NEPA who specializes in cinematic storytelling techniques and the ways they can be applied to nonfiction and marketing videography. Of course, sometimes Ryan just drinks coffee until he comes out of his fugue state and realizes he just shot a video. So let's all welcome Ryan Wood. Thank you so much for being here, gentlemen. I'm going to just kick right off because this is a panel about storytelling, and I think all the clubs that are here and the people that are here watching want to know if there is an element of storytelling that sort of rises above budgets and rises above equipment and rises above available resources. What should someone focus on? What truly tells the story outside of all of those things? Let's start it out with John McCulloch.
Well, when you're talking about limited budgets or whatnot, in the end, it really is the human element and the story. And if the story is really compelling, people will forgive a lot. If it, whether it's shot on an iPhone, sound is very important though. Try to get good sound. People forgive bad video before they forgive bad sound. But yeah, I would focus really on any kind of compelling story. Now, when you're talking about different ad clubs. What kind of impact are you making in the community or in the industry, your local or regional industry, and are there stories there to tell that really show, how you function as a positive element in the community, in the industry? Because obviously you're trying to tell your story, you're trying to get members, and you're trying to prove your value and your worth. So, again, compelling human stories, something that's really impactful, that can always transcend any kind of budget limitations you might have.
Yeah. I'd like to piggyback off of that and sort of ask a similar question of Ryan down at the end, because, the nature of what Ryan does with Discover and EPA, you're working with a broad swath of the community with varying expertise in storytelling and in video. So how do you meet somebody that has a business or has some other such, normal function in their life? How do you help them find the story in that? How do you help them sort of pull out a story where they maybe didn't think there was one?
That's a great question. The first thing I always start with is rapport. Before I start rolling the camera, I always like to set it up and demystify it and explain to everybody as clearly as I can how we're going to do things. And then I like to just start talking to them. The way I always put it is, we're just two people at the bar getting to know each other. And as long as you can kind of meet somebody halfway, and a lot of times in these interviews, I'll be sharing as much about myself and my experiences that relate to them as they are sharing, even though it's their story that we're telling. And really that's just about putting them at ease and drawing out conversationally these bits of themselves that they may have been otherwise reluctant to share with a very scary camera rig and an audience of 100,000 people or so.
For sure, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm actually going to move one step closer here and ask Sam a similar question. So your work tends to be very cinematic, right? We looked at a sample of your work, and it has a very cinematic quality to it. So how can the average person who maybe has less video experience or less production knowledge on the back end, how can they make something feel more cinematic? How can they make something feel more sort of significant than it is?
Sure. Just put black bars on the top and bottom and call it a day. No, but I think, you could shoot it on anything, but really editing is so critical to what your end product is, and you can evoke feelings with a great song choice. There's been so many films or Best Actor award-winning, films where, the award should have gone to the editor. So
sure.
I think if you shoot something on your iPhone, if you edit it well, you match it with music, and you put some nice upswells on when you want them to feel something, you could really manipulate the emotions. That was something we were working on recently with a client, and they felt emotionally manipulated by the video. And for me, that's when I know I've done my job, when people feel manipulated, either good or bad, by what I've done.
Absolutely, that's absolutely true.
If I could just pop in, Lisa, the other thing is, beyond iPhone, equipment now is becoming so much more affordable, amazing equipment. John and I talk about this all the time, but where, you can shoot with a DSLR. The other thing that makes things very cinematic look is shallow depth of field, which, years ago you couldn't do that with, standard video cameras. Now with interchangeable lenses and bigger sensors and everything, you can do that, and so you can really get an amazing cinematic look with, but not, you used to have to spend unbelievable amounts of money on camera equipment or whatnot to get that. And it's really totally within your grasp now.
That's actually a spectacular segue into my next question for John Edwards. Oh no, if you have more, please then, by all means.
Oh, drones too.
and I'm just like. And maybe I missed it from John, but I think the best way to tell a story is to make sure it has a beginning, middle, and an end. It's missing in 90% of the work I see.
Okay.
People don't explain why they're doing something. They don't have they don't know how to end their videos. Like, there's no story arc whatsoever. Like, just something as simple as having a beginning, a middle, and an end, and knowing what that is at least halfway through your shoot. You know, if you're not.
That brings up
not
a really,
before.
you know what, you bring up such an interesting question. So presumably, you know, ad clubs are made up of creative professionals, so designers, filmmakers, writers, all of these things. Do you think that it would help to leverage writers as well? So if you have writers in your club, do you think it would be helpful for them to work with the video talent in your club to be able to help them craft that story? Do you use writing, Sam, you use writing in your work?
For sure, absolutely. We take an interesting approach, like you say, use the word cinematic. We take a cinematic approach to our marketing collaborators. So even if it's a 3D printer who is trying to sell more printers, you know, how can you take this printer on a hero's journey and give viewers a satisfying arc so that, just like in a movie, and if they don't care about the characters, they're not going to support them in the final act. But if it's a product, if they don't care about the product in the first couple seconds of a 30-second commercial, then, you know, waste their time.
Right.
Yeah, there's
to have that arc.
You know, products too, especially I mean, just about every video you make, like answering the simple question, like, what's the point? And then, you know, actually starting somewhere and ending up somewhere and having something in between. Like, we get lost, like me especially, I get lost in the gear and the planning and, you know, who's going to be there, what setups I'm going to use, where it's going to be delivered. But it's crazy how often I get back to the studio, not the studio, but, you know, back to my computer and just crap. Like, I have to invent some kind of segue here to go from point A to point B because I didn't shoot a story. I shot a bunch of video clips.
Right. So I think that's a really interesting point that you bring up. Gear alone doesn't get the job done. You know, you can have the best gear and, you know, the best or the worst or the medium gear, but at the end of the day, without the storytelling aspect, gear's not going to do the job for you.
Oh yeah, I have cameras at home. When I get there, there's not going to be a video made for me.
So that actually brings me to another question: is how do you approach, or what do you think is a good way to approach, you know, video talent in your club, while still sort of being respectful of their time and their, you know, ability to earn money and their ability to still support themselves, but at the same time giving back to the club that they're part of? You know, are there sort of best practices in working with your volunteer videographer that anybody can share?
Don't let video be the only thing you ever talk to them about.
Okay, that's a good
Like,
one.
make
That's a good
friends
one.
with people, network, and like actually care about them more than the product you think they're going to deliver to you.
Sure.
I think also, there's, you know, the benefit of just making sure that whomever does the video, you know, they get the exposure for it. 'Cause obviously, they're trying to, you know, get clients and this and that. So just make sure that, you know, people are aware who did what.
I think as filmmakers and as creators, we're naturally collaborative. So I think everybody at this table has probably done a lot of volunteer work or has done stuff for free or done favors. So I think the hardest part for me is to ask for help or to lean on other people. But I think it's, you know, so rewarding when you do, and you don't have to do something by yourself. And you know, I think probably everyone, if Ryan called me and said, "Hey, I have a shoot, can you come?" I'd be like, "Yeah," and I wouldn't have any expectation of anything from Ryan. But I also know that he'd probably do the same in return. So
same question.
Be afraid to ask.
My answer is very simple, and the best way to respect a videographer or filmmaker's time is to have an idea of what you want before you ask them for help. And you know, I hate to say it, but that's only the case, you know, maybe half the time. And I think that that's natural. You know, this can be a really confusing medium for people where, you know, we're bombarded so often by so many different types of stories, whether it's marketing or film, that, you know, they just see something that they think is cool and they say, I want that, I don't know how to get there. And then it winds up kind of wasting people's time across departments. So, you know, I think using writers is a great way to do that very cheap pencil and paper first draft of what your video looks like. You know, don't be afraid to outline the structure of your video ahead of time, even if you're not 100% sure what all of that content is going to wind up being. You know, part of it always winds up being in the discovery of the process of doing it. So you always want to make sure that you're open to that, of course, but that can be a really, really slippery slope if you don't at least have some kind of defined bone structure to, you know, whatever it is that you're trying to build for them.
That's fantastic. You guys are amazing. Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about gear. No one has any money, right? Every clubs, like everything else, are struggling right now, and I think that, you know, no one obviously has the means to go out and buy a club DSLR or anything like that. But if a club was able to sort of leverage a little bit of resources towards something, what would you recommend? What would you tell someone if you want to sort of fit out to do basic social media promotion video for a small, you know, ad club in another region? What sort of gear would be appropriate? Let's kick this one to John Edwards first.
iPhones?
iPhones.
No,
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
honestly, I mean, genuinely iPhones. Like, that is the answer. If you're
Yeah.
on a limited budget, you order a couple decent fluid head tripods.
Fluid head tripod.
And you get a couple Rode wireless Go's, you know, and an iPad if you want to live stream or do anything like that. And for like under $500, you have a really good kit for people who don't know what they're doing and people who do know what they're doing. Like, you're good to go.
Right.
Go more into the sound, because that what's really important is getting good sound with the iPhones.
Yeah,
Got it.
honestly, what's good, and they're unbelievably tiny sensors. So, like, sound.
But you were saying which mics?
The Rode Wireless Go is the one I mean, shotgun mics are great, but I mean, you're usually 10 feet away from people when you're shooting them, so shotgun is just too far away. So just get a little wireless lav. It's $200, and you're good to go. And lighting, like if we're in something like this, pop a light up with those iPhone. Like, these cameras can handle it, but an iPhone is just going to be grainy as hell. So pop a light up.
Okay.
So you're looking at $500 max for everything, including the iPod or iPad.
Okay.
You know?
And you can get really nice LED lights now where you can dial in the color, temperature, and whatnot, and also the intensity of the light. So, yeah, things are definitely. And I think, Sam, you would agree. The reason I talk about sound, I mean, if you think about independent filmmaking, people are always on budgets. And they've just done study after study where viewers will forgive video limitations or, you know, visual limitations, but sound, for some reason, it has a really powerful effect subjectively.
Sure.
And so they always say, do not spend all your, you know, save some money for the mix and the sound and everything, because sound really can make a bigger impact than the videos. That's why I wanted to make sure you.
Oh, yeah.
I think to give John's affiliate links a shout out, I think you built the $500 camera rig that was pretty solid. And it was the first camera we started out with at Cold Creative, was a $300 Canon DSLR. And, you know, like you were talking about earlier with focal length, which makes the background blurry and it gives you that cinematic look. You can get DSLRs for pretty inexpensive and they're pretty easy to use.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, any Canon, like, honestly, any Canon used DSLR camera is going to be unbearably cheap, and it'll last the rest of your life. Those things never die.
We were just upgrading some equipment at Cold Creative, and I was doing research, and I was really interested in upping our camera game, and I just read, or someone said, you should just learn how to color correct first before you think about upgrading your gear, and I felt personally attacked, but still got the gear.
God knows my story about that over the last month.
And then we've been going on about the new Sony A7S III, so, you know, gear talk.
Oh my God, no, we're shutting that.
But yeah, if you're going to shoot with an iPhone, and the other thing, you can go down, you can actually, I mean, Steven Soderbergh has shot feature films on the iPhone, you know, but he's not using, you can get software that, like Filmic Pro or whatnot, you can actually have software which can give you greater control over how you're shooting that video in your phone, greater than what's just innately on the iPhone. So that's something you could really look into. But between that and definitely recording good sound, then yeah, you can make some amazing videos with that.
And editing on, LumaFusion is legitimately badass.
Blue Infusion, you said?
LumaFusion
Oh,
on the
LumaFusion.
iPad. I think it might be on the iPhone too, but it's like a full-featured video editing app. With everything you could imagine.
So LumaFusion, you heard that in-person and online audience.
I think another great program for anybody who is starting out and needs to be able to attempt a wide variety of things without much of a budget from a software perspective is DaVinci Resolve Lite. It's a free license, and as long as you are filming in 1080p, you're not filming in 4K, that license remains free.
It works with 4K now.
Does it work with 4K for free now? That's awesome. But it is honestly becoming an industry standard in color correction in the film space. You can adapt its editing features to look more like whatever editing program you're more comfortable with. So if you're more comfortable in Final Cut or you're more comfortable in Premiere, you just press a button and all of a sudden your editor looks and behaves not 100% like it, but it'll visually be much more similar.
That's amazing.
And that, that's another great way to start to dabble. And just to piggyback off what you guys said, I am a proponent that you give me anything that can capture video and I'll figure out a way to tell a story with that. But the best ways to very quickly give yourself away is by having awful lighting and awful sound. They're both very cheap to produce well, and you should actually worry a little bit less about shooting in some kind of fashionable high resolution and try and round out the entirety of your production rather than spending all of your money just getting a very impressively large high frame rate or high resolution camera that's not going to do you much good.
No, totally true. I just wanted to jump in, just curious, since we're talking about Resolve and all that, just among you all, like, what does everyone edit on? Usually. For
Discover NEPA, we use Final Cut Pro X.
Okay.
Yeah, we do, which has come a long way since it first released. I gotta say, I basically prefer it now. I think I can edit twice as fast on Final Cut as Premiere, but for my personal projects, I built my own computer to be able to edit on, and so that's on the Windows side, and so I'm still very familiar with the entire Adobe Creative Suite and very comfortable in Premiere as well.
Adobe,
Are
Adobe
you Premiere?
Suite, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I used to be Final Cut, and then of course everyone jumped. But John's a Final Cut
He's
Pro
Final
10
Cut
guy too.
7, right?
Yeah, back then.
Yeah, Final Cut 7.
Had to go
then
to Premiere, But I am really interested in Final Cut Pro 10. I really am.
Uh-oh.
I thought that was a question.
I'm like, what's happening?
Final Cut.
Ooh, 2 questions? 3 questions. Okay.
No, I edit in Final Cut, but now I'm round tripping every single project to Resolve.
Yeah, I know
color.
that you're starting to do that more.
All right, we're actually going to take a couple of questions from our online audience. So Chelsea's going to read them, but let me just, if you don't mind, repeat them so for our live stream audience and for the recording.
The first one is, what brands do you think leverage video content best? Specifically, brands people may not immediately think of being known for video.
Okay, so the question was, what brands do you think best leverage video content, even ones that you wouldn't necessarily think would be, using video effectively?
First one that jumps to mind for me is Nike has been killing it in their advertising space. They're insanely creative. You can very quickly, jump on YouTube and search for any Nike ad, and it's going to blow you away. They're so well produced, so well put together, well shot.
So Sam, you go ahead.
I think I remember my uncle showing me an Apple ad that changed the way I think about advertising and marketing, where someone throws a sledgehammer at the screen, and I think ever since then, Apple's just been really innovative in the way that they create video promotions. And even back in the day when the first iPads or iPods were coming out, those colorful, every song on those were a hit, and it became a hit because they chose their music so well and just paired the visuals really really well.
Yeah, I think in terms of, well, are we talking more storytelling branding or just using
Let's-
video at all?
Both. What about both?
I think that any product that has some kind of impact on people's lives, you can tell an interesting story. So I think it's, I don't know if there's any brand that really couldn't use video in a certain way, especially when it comes to storytelling branding, because you're basically, to me, they're like little mini documentaries. They're just little, you're telling little stories. Now, the healthcare industry can do really well with that. Because of course, there's these amazingly personal impacts when it comes to that. And I've dealt with, like for instance, like a dental council that went around the country supporting communities that are generally underserved with dental care. And so I did a bunch of little documentaries for them, and things like that are really impactful. I mean, lives are being changed so if a brand is changing lives with their product or their service, that really resonates when you go to storytelling branding. I mean, that's obviously going to be built in.
So John Edwards, same question. What brands out there nationally right now do you think are leveraging video really successfully?
Nationally, I think Sony is.
Okay.
Not because they're making the videos themselves, but they're sending all their crap to YouTubers, and everybody wants to buy it now.
So they've changed the nature of the type of video that they're leveraging. Is what
Yeah,
you're
they're
saying.
letting other people make the videos for them, so there's all this content coming out.
Did you just say user-generated content, John
User-generated.
Edwards? Oh my goodness. So let's before we take another question from online, let's stay with this line of discussion. Do you like to set parameters? If you're working with a company or an organization and helping them leverage user-generated content, what sort of parameters do you set on it, or do you feel that parameters need to be set on it? How do they?
I don't think you can set any kind of parameters on it. Like
Right.
if you're taking the content and turning it into something else, that's one thing. But but with stuff like this, you just kind of have to hope for the best. Everything else looks fake, and people know.
Ryan,
And you can control it in the editing, you know.
You guys have had a great deal of success on social media through people hashtagging Discover an EPA to get their photos and videos sort of more widely distributed. What do you find is the formula for the ones that you choose? How do you sort of decide which ones that you are featuring, or it's not just a whole, every single one of them?
Yeah, so full disclosure, I have nothing to do with the way that we leverage social media. I stay at my desk and tell stories all day and get
Right.
lost there, and as you said before, drink tons and tons of coffee. But one thing that I know that we do is we do set very light parameters. So a great example is right now it's fall in northeastern Pennsylvania, and we have an abundance of people hashtagging fall foliage and NEPA together, and so that's something we'll put out a call to action. Hey, while you're out on your hikes, send us your cell phone videos or your photos that you're taking, even if it's some professional photography. Tag us in that, and we'll share a group of 6 or 8 of our favorites that we get from there. So I can't really speak to it too much more in depth than that, though.
No, that's perfect, though. Chelsea, do you want to do another?
Why would you start shooting video without the story worked out already?
What an incredible question.
Okay, I'm going to re-ask it just real quick for the camera. Why would you start a video without having the story fleshed out already?
Well, I guess it depends. I mean, there's different types of videos. I mean, some are completely scripted, so shot by shot, or if you're doing something that's more, again, storytelling branding, kind of testimonial, documentary based, then you might know you're covering, say you're covering certain subjects and an event's coming up. Well, you don't have the story fleshed out yet, but you want footage from that event. Or again, say it's a fall foliage type thing, and you're like, well, I better shoot now before all the leaves are on the ground. So that really depends. I mean, you can definitely, if you know you're going to be using some video for a certain subject matter, you can certainly start shooting things, especially if it's not completely scripted. And that later on, I wanted to get into the importance of B-roll, shooting as much as you can, because you can never have enough B-roll, and you don't want a bunch of talking heads, especially if you're doing kind of interview-based, kind of testimonial-based videos. You want to shoot a lot of B-roll.
John, did you want to jump in on that one? I'm sorry. I thought
Oh, no, I
Okay, cool. All
I
right.
kind of
Uh,
assumed.
Yeah,
he'd
I
have the
think,
answer for that. He does a lot of good stuff with documentaries. So.
One of the main reasons that I found, and it definitely was more prevalent in earlier in my career, is that a client or collaborator will say, "Hey, I need this by Friday, and I have $200. Are you in?" And that's kind of client expectations or client deadlines. As a younger videographer, could thrust you into a project a little prematurely.
Ryan, same question.
I mean, pretty much every time I go out on a shoot, I don't know what the story is quite yet. That's very much just kind of the nature of the style of video that I'm doing right now. So the best that I can do is research as much as I can and go in with a little bit of a hunch. And sometimes I play my cards right, and as I said before, build up that rapport in such a way that they feel comfortable sharing what that story is. You have varying degrees of success. Sometimes people are will just pour their hearts out to you, and the story just winds up telling itself. And sometimes it's like pulling teeth, and you have to be willing to ask questions that may initially make them uncomfortable. And as long as you can assure them that as a professional or as a filmmaker, that you will take care of them and their story in the edit, very often you'll find that people are willing to take that chance.
Right.
And to add to that, really, what I really try to do, unless sometimes with corporate gigs you can't, because you're interviewing a CEO and this and that, but I really try to do a pre-interview to really try to get the story down, so that when I go into it, I'm much more prepared. And also, it really helps the subject to start thinking about what we might be talking about, and makes them a little bit more comfortable, because then they've already done a little pre-interview, they've kind of thought about these a little bit, so it's not just coming in blind and cold the day of the actual, recording it. So I think that's always really helpful. And the other thing that's helpful, I think all of y'all agree, because y'all edit your own work, everyone, being an editor is really helpful when you're doing interviews, because when you're getting an answer, whether it's going to work or not.
Sure.
And I've been with producers who they think they've got the answer, and they don't. They don't have it. They think they have it, but they don't. And so I can always, and if I know I don't have it, I'll just ask it another way, or I'll just keep asking until I know. I'm like, okay. Or even during a sentence or a paragraph, I'm like, oh, I can pull that bit and that bit, and you'll know. So it really does help if you are an editor or have editorial experience, because it really helps
Right.
when you're actually shooting.
So I actually have another question for each of you, so we'll go down the line and answer this one. We'll give John a break, and we'll start with Ryan for it. We've all made videos, I think. Everyone up here has made a video that has been moving or has fostered a sense of community. Tell us which one that you've made you felt fostered the sense of community the most, and why. Why do you think it was effective?
Man, that's a scary question for me, because exclusively what I do are community-oriented videos. One that I actually shared with you, Lisa, was I was fortunate to do a video feature for a restaurant in Scranton that I had never heard of until I went there, called El Buen Amigo. And it wound up right in front of me, developing into the story of somebody who wound up in Scranton and moved his entire family from Mexico to Scranton because he loved it so much. Right. And it just laid itself out in front of me. So I can't really say that I can take a ton of credit, but I had a lot of pride putting that piece together, because of the way that we could talk not just about, the interesting thing about the restaurant was it's half Italian food and half Mexican food, which is very confusing if you're a customer. But through the telling of his story, it just became so obvious. He was a Mexican immigrant whose first gig was in an Italian restaurant, and he just became so accustomed to Italian cooking and that not just the style of food, but the way it was prepared, that he wound up, once he was able to open up his own restaurant, he couldn't let that part of it go. And a big thing that we talked about was we'll make taco ravioli for you if that's really what you want. Like, we'll find a way to make that work and make it delicious. But I would cite that one as one that I'm proud of, strictly because it just shows the benefits of multiple cultures coming into a place and him adopting our culture as part of his own.
Sure. Sam?
I would say that this past year, right before the pandemic, we had the opportunity to work with an organization in Tamaqua who are starting a campaign, and we heard a little bit about it today, about they're trying to say that Tamaqua is the happiest place on earth. And if you're familiar with Tamaqua, it's a desolate coal town, and it, from the outside perspective, you wouldn't go in there and be like, wow, these guys they seem thrilled. But we collaborated with Michelle Dempsey to just create this short documentary that they showed in community town halls that showcased what opportunities were in Tamaqua, and it showcased different people's perspective of living, working, and raising their family in Tamaqua. And we were able to edit it together in a way that kind of built it and was emotionally satisfying.
Sure. John?
I just had to look it up real quick, but a few months ago I put out a video called "Tomorrow is Coming," and it's you can find it on 570 Drone, and everyone should watch it. I'm gonna shamelessly plug that, but I took aerial drone footage from just about every town in northeastern Pennsylvania and cut that together into this big, just kind of what I think is an awesome video, and worked with Jamie Branch to do like nobody knows him, hire him. He sounds just like Obama, but he's an awesome voiceover artist, and yeah, Tomorrow is Coming. So you can find that on 570 Drone. It's awesome. For free.
If you don't say so yourself.
And John?
I have the work I've been proud of has been more national based lately, but I guess for you're talking about more regionally, something we've done.
I mean, I think something that you felt connected a great deal with the people in your community.
I mean, I think the documentary I did on the Emmy Award-winning documentary that short doc on Mark Jury, who was he's a Vietnam veteran who was also a photographer in the Vietnam War, and he had access to all theaters of the war, and released a book in the early 70s that became very famous, and he became a very successful photojournalist, and nobody knew he was living out here in Waverly, Pennsylvania. I mean, he had a big influence on Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now, and so, but unfortunately, suffered from kind of undiagnosed PTSD and horrible alcoholism problems over the years. And so I kind of documented his rise and kind of his fall, and then he's really trying to get better again. I think that seemed to touch a lot of people in the community, and people didn't know he was out here. And it definitely touched a lot. I've heard from Vietnam veterans all over the country about it and everything. So I was pretty proud of that, and it was pretty emotional to make that.
So we're going to take a question from our online audience. Chelsea? Gotcha.
What are chapters doing to produce more video? Are you working with member agencies / freelancers and asking them to volunteer time?
So the question was, what are other clubs doing to produce more video? Are they partnering with video organizations? Are they trying to get them to join their membership? And asking freelancers to volunteer their time. So John, do you want to take that one for now?
Well, not being on the I don't know exactly what other clubs are doing to do. I mean, I think obviously we kind of touched upon this a little bit with leveraging your professionals that are in your club or on the board or whatnot. But I think that would make sense.
I think we can recontextualize the question and ask Sam and Ryan too, what are brands doing differently now and during the pandemic to leverage video that maybe would be helpful for one of the clubs?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Sure. So what sort of different techniques are you using, or different strategies might you be using now with video during this pandemic time that could small organizations and clubs could leverage as well?
Well, I can only speak from kind of, we really had to figure it out as we went. I'm not sure that, obviously these are kind of unprecedented times for all of us. And so one of the big question marks we had was, if we take footage of people in masks right now, will that continue to be relevant to us? Is that something that we can continue to use into the future? And then not only that, but how do we acknowledge this moment that we're all collectively having without making that the only thing that we're talking about?
Right.
And a lot of that content hasn't come out yet for us, but in a lot of ways, it's really just about letting it sit within your story without taking over your story. I think it's okay to acknowledge and make it, part of the human experience that we're all collectively having without it deterring from the product you're trying to sell or the person's whose story you're trying to tell. I hope that answers your question.
Sure, absolutely. Sam, maybe you can come at it from a different context as well.
For sure. I think for us, as a digital marketing company with Cole Creative, one of the biggest trends that we saw come out of this is that we're a firm that's very committed to our community. So we saw a lot of nonprofits, organizations who typically have these critical events to raise funds. They had to figure out a way to continue to have these events to raise those funds. So they looked to take their events virtually. So just like this one that is being live streamed. So kind of the adapting is that you still want to provide an opportunity for people to connect in a way that's real and genuine. And everybody here, I'm certain, is fatigued of Zoom calls and online meetings and whatnot. But how do you say, hey, do this one more and we'll make it worth your while? So it's creating virtual experiences that rival being in person, which is really difficult. And that is still something that is successful in the eyes of the organization, allows them to raise those critical funds or connect with those community members that they need to make sure that after the pandemic they're still here.
Sure. Do you want me to re-ask the question?
Yes.
Okay. So the question is about other clubs, but I don't know what your breadth of experience is with other clubs. So what we've been addressing is, how are you seeing, smaller organizations or organizations that would function similarly to an AAF club? How are you seeing them use video differently in these pandemic times?
Honestly, I'm not really seeing people use video differently.
No.
Just
more at all?
a little bit more and lower quality. Like that's it. They're just using it more.
Right.
So I guess that's different.
Well, I think the big challenge is, and I'm almost speaking to a post-pandemic world where,
Sure.
because like Sam and Ryan said, everyone's so sick of just Zoom calls. Now you're going to see documentaries with interviews that are going to be just Zoom, which is so going to timestamp it, later on in life. And the problem is you can't, compelling B-roll is usually, I was going to say to, any clubs, any kind of events you have or any kind of interesting, outreach programs you have, videotape all that stuff so
Right.
that then you can reference and use it, to cut to when and if you do make a video. But it's definitely a challenge now because you can't have gatherings, you
Right.
can't have compelling videos. So I don't really know what the solution to that is, quite frankly. You're cutting this stuff.
I mean, I have a couple. I have a couple suggestions.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're doing more of the same, which is a lot of the clubs. I look at a lot of the events we do, and they're awesome. They're great. They're held in places like this that cost money. They're held in, there's a lot of money being put into a lot of stuff and then they're asking for free video.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of ways to do this for free.
Right.
And pay for the videos and get that better content and, get people really working towards
Sure.
planning something out that'll actually, draw in a lot more money.
It sounds like a matter of reprioritizing resources, changing where you're allocating the little money that you do have. Please, John.
Right. Well, but I still think that's not really addressing the problem. In a pandemic, you can't really have a big event or this or that. So you're not going to be able to get that kind of video. So
I understand
it's how
you
do you
could do this
that?
in
You know what I mean?
we have parks and, places where you could rent a pavilion and stuff like that. I mean, we're renting this.
You got people with
Pavilion's
masks.
$25.
It's just going to date everything. I mean, it's just, I'm almost looking here's advice for after this is all done.
Yeah.
Because it's just very, very limiting now.
Yeah.
I mean, it just
sure.
is.
Sure.
It's not a critique, it's just an idea. Don't get me wrong.
So John Edwards, you have had pretty big success, from your introduction, building an online community and building that sort of virtual connection between people. And so I would ask all of you the same question. What do you think connects people virtually? What do you think people connect to from a video standpoint? Let's start with Ryan. Yeah.
I just know for us, it always comes back to small, specific human stories that transcends a timestamp or, whatever is happening in the world. That's the thing that we can always come back to as a bread and butter kind of video model is even if this business doesn't survive this, the story of the person who started it is just as valuable to the community as the business was. So I guess that's my answer.
Yeah, great. Sam?
I think we all are, we get advertised to all day, on every single platform that we use. And I think it's just, like Ryan said, it's truly a storytelling, and it's the thing that takes you beyond understanding that you're even being advertised to or marketed to. And it's just connecting with people through the power of storytelling, which is probably one of the first human connections that's ever happened. 5,000 years ago, there were cavemen probably telling each other stories, and just grown since then.
John?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I really understand the question.
What do you think people connect to the most in videos?
What do they connect to the most in videos?
Yeah.
Okay, I heard the word virtual there. And
Well, just, because
threw me
this
off.
is a new way of communicating, and we're doing a lot of communicating through video more frequently than we had been previously. So what do you think people connect with when they see a video on their screen or on their phone?
Things that help them. Like,
Things that help them?
Yeah, entertainment is great, but it's if you're like kind of like this. Hopefully, this is helping somebody. Hopefully they're getting ideas, and coming up with resource, kind of giving away information. Like honestly, I don't know how to explain it other than making videos.
You have, but you've had success virally with videos you've made. Like which ones have you found have been really kind of touched the nerve? And I think they tend to be more about community things of interest. The flood video, that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just curious, for you, what are some of the videos that you found have been really, really hit a nerve?
Like a lot of genuine information videos, if information help learning, genuinely.
But are they human interest?
Human interest to an extent, yeah. It's just content that helps people. I had a client for 12 months, a car dealership locally, and in my contract, I made it really clear I don't make, I'm not making advertisements.
Right.
What we're doing here is we're making how-to videos, tutorials, and overviews, and a couple entertaining videos, but the whole point of that was to make those videos. And about 10 months into it, I caved in and I made a couple Black Friday ads, which are completely irrelevant videos now.
Right.
And all of his videos, all the videos I made for the dealership, all 164 of them, minus those Black Friday videos, are still growing and getting more people, more views, more comments every single day. And those little Black Friday advertisements, they're worthless.
Sure.
They were worthless the day they were made.
And John brings up a good point, because research have shown that especially when you're creating digital content for social media streams and whatnot, people really do want something that they can take away from it, something that educates them or something that's relevant. And so if it's just basic advertising, like you're saying, they're not as effective as things that are information based. Or basically, what are you giving me, and can I learn something from this? So that's a very sneaky and great way to advertise your brand. Everything can be have some kernels of knowledge or helpful tips or whatnot.
Sure.
And so maybe an ad clubs could literally give tips on on how different different companies can advertise, or different approaches, things that actually clients could use throughout the region or businesses. And now they start looking to the local AAF as a source of information.
I think that one of the more interesting things is we spent an entire session talking about how today just talking about how Scranton has grabbed onto The Office, and I think that's part of your secret sauce is that people want to connect with something that they feel connected to. When I'm watching a TV show, I try to find that character that I connect with, or else the show falls flat. And your character is our home, and it's our valley. So all your videos showcase like the people, the places that we know. Well, that's my street. You're in the air above Nanacoke. I'm going to watch this for an hour. Like, people connect with that.
Yeah, that is true, the connection. And I don't know, I just wanted to bring up the most popular video that I think without spending a dime in pushing these videos or putting them in front of anybody, the most popular video we ever did was how to use the key fob on a GMC Sierra. It has like 300,000 views.
See?
So we have actually surprisingly reached the end of our time today, gentlemen. So I cannot thank you enough for joining us, and I think we had a great conversation, and we all learned a great deal of things today. So let's give these fellows another round of applause. And I'm going to bring up Chelsea Coslett. She is the D2 the AAF NEPA president. So Chelsea.
Thanks again, guys. That was really spectacular. For our people in the room, I'm sorry that that our virtual attendees won't be able to join us, but so one of the big things, so I'm a huge foodie. I love food, and when we were thinking of a way to set our conference apart and make it like NEPA, I mean, you have to have NEPA pizza if you're going to be here, right? So on the back table is pizza from a place in Scranton that is mentioned on The Office, Alfredo's. So there's a tray of red and a tray of white, so please help yourself. And we will resume at 2:15. Thank you.
Good.
Hi, and welcome to our discussion on the American Advertising Awards. My name is Evie. I am the chair of District 2, and I'm also co-chairing with Matt Hildebrand back in Pittsburgh the Philly and New York competitions. Today we are joined by Hal down in DC. Hal is the president of the AAF DC, and he is also the CEO and founder of Prime Focus. And to my right is the wonderful Joey Zarcone, who is the marketing director at Posture, and also AAF NEPA's American Advertising Awards director. And when we get to him in a little bit, he's going to explain what that is, because it's sort of a unique position that I think everyone, this could be of interest. So I don't know how many chairs are out there here or in virtual land. So I'm just going to do some of the top level stuff. Not go into a lot of detail on the rules. If you've already downloaded the packets for the students and professionals, you will notice as you go through it that all of the changes are in red type. So it makes it really easy to see what is different this year. The big thing that is different this year, of course, is that you are allowed to do all of your judging virtually. We are encouraged that you do all of your judging virtually. What does this mean for your physical entries? Well, you still need to send those in, because you will send them and then you'll forward any of the gold and silvers forwarding to the district competition, and then I'll take them, we'll run that competition, and then send those winners on to national. So while the judges may not actually see the physical entries at the local and district level, they definitely, hopefully will for nationals. We don't know. We're hoping for the best. Preparing for the worst, hoping for the best. You will notice that that is a theme going through here. So what are the American Advertising Awards?
Will district definitely be virtual?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because it takes so much to plan. Right. If we bring in judges and we do that in March, again, plan for the worst. If something miraculously would change, we'll be able to pivot, but I doubt it.
Thank you.
Of course. Okay, so the American Advertising Awards are a 3-tier competition. You have your local competition, which is with your local clubs here with NEPA. Then you have your District 2 competition, and then those get forwarded on to national. The mission of the American Advertising Awards is to recognize and reward the spirit of creative excellence in advertising. You will note, I am saying the American Advertising Awards, I am not saying the Addies. We have been asked to stress the award itself is the Addie, the competition is the American Advertising Awards. It's branding. We all know branding. So make sure your websites are scrubbed. If you're referencing the trophy, fine. If you are not, if you're talking about your competition, it has to be spelled out as the American Advertising Awards. They are checking websites. They are checking creative. So, how does the competition work? Right now, Open Water is open. All of our District 2 chairs should have received an email from National saying that it is open with instructions on how to do the setup. It's the same system, but there are some tweaks that they have made. And if you're brand new to it, it's really nice because they give you a checklist. Do this first, this second, and there's a link to instructions how to do each step. Important to note, if at any time during that setup, especially if you are new, I'm always available. So you can always reach out and I will take you through that. So the local competitions, most of us run those. They have to run through the end of December. December 31st is officially the last day that entries are valid. You don't want to cut off the day before Christmas. You don't want to cut off 2 weeks before Christmas because of the holidays. Your competition should be open until the end of December at the earliest. This year, we're in Pittsburgh, New York, and Philadelphia. We're going until mid-January. We're opening up on November 16th, so we're going to have a 2-month period to beg people to enter. We have no idea what this is going to be like. The anticipation is that the entries will be down for so many reasons, all of them obvious. So the longer you have that window open, it should help your students, which is another concern. We're hearing about colleges that if they're in session in person, if they go on break for Thanksgiving, they may not go back until after the first of the year. Hopefully, they will be allowed to do that. So you want to make sure that you try to get those student entries, and Joey will be addressing more along the lines for student entries. So gold winners at your local level. All gold winners are forwarded automatically, and the club where the gold winner entered pays for that entry. So it pays to win a gold because you just keep getting moved up. John, congratulations, you had 10 entries, 9 of them were gold. Your club will take care of forwarding those for you. They will send me the physical entries forward in the system, and they will pay to move on to the district. But you had 10 entries. One of those was a silver. So now we will go back to you, either your executive director or your chair, and say, hey, John, do you want to forward that silver entry? This is what it will cost you. We will take care of sending it out for you, but you have to tell us that you want to do it, and then we're going to charge you for that. John, you should really, really forward that silver entry. What do you think, John? Will you forward that? Awesome. In Pittsburgh, we have a set fee for forwarding that we pay the district, that the district sets, but we add on $5, so it covers, any shipping, packaging, if we need to get packaging. You really want to encourage this. Personal experience, a few years ago, I was a part of a team that won a silver at local. We ended up winning a silver at district and then a silver at national. I mean, it's a silver, and I am thrilled. So, and you really want to encourage it. They're all new judges at each tier, and you never know what will strike someone as something inspirational to them, and they will score it accordingly. Let's see. So, as I mentioned, we're going to talk about student entries, and for that, I'd like to introduce my friend Joey here, because NEPA in particular is very, very good at handling student entries. Joey?
Thank you, Abby. Thanks, guys. So here in Northeastern Pennsylvania, while we may not be the largest market in our district, there's one thing we are very proud of, and that is our students. We have, am I close enough? Can everyone hear me? We're really proud of our students. We do have a couple colleges and universities in our area, and so in talking about the American Advertising Awards and knowing that some clubs have an opportunity with their students, we want to touch on that a little bit today. Building the student involvement is really something our club has been focusing on for a number of years and for a number of reasons. The American Advertising Awards being one of the major aspects that brings in our students, but we've been using it as a little bit of a gateway drug to get them involved in other ways, whether that's structuring events that have a specific ticketed tier for students or market it right to students. But the awards are a great way to drum up their interest. To do that, though, there's such a quick turnover of students. I mean, you're only in college for 4 years, and we're really targeting that junior and senior who has the more polished work. And we've had judges really complimenting the level of work that these students are cranking out. How we keep that coming in, though, is to get to the students, we encourage building those relationships with universities, with educators. And in our area, we have some educators who are building this into their curriculum, who are giving a grade based on it, universities who are assisting in the fees for paying to enter. And we've even had professionals who are saying, hey, we don't have the work this year. We don't want to enter, but how can we help the students? We're going to pay for a bucket of students, give us their entries, and it's been a great thing. And then there's a ripple effect from that. It's building the pipeline for our club of when those students graduate and become professionals and potential board members, potential volunteers. It's also adding value to our professional members that the students who won an American Advertising Award, what a better way to vet a new hire or an intern than by having judges from outside of our market come in and award them for their work. It's the best portfolio review you could ask for. So it's really a win-win for our students and for professionals, and it really also builds some great credibility for our club, because now we're not just a professional organization. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but there is an element of giving back to our community, to that next generation, that makes us feel great, but also is a wonderful story to tell, and a sponsor loves to hear that you're helping kids more than you're just throwing yourselves a party. So I really encourage everyone to get involved with their students, and it takes just a little bit of effort of making those phone calls and building those relationships, but get in touch with the heads of the marketing department, the communications department, the graphic design department, and building those relationships with those schools. You'd be surprised how much they really appreciate that reach out, and we've built a lot of great relationships around that. As Evie said earlier, my position on our local board is something that's fairly new, and not every club may have this position. Actually, our previous president, Jamie Hannigan, who is now serving on the D2 board, created this position after we had a couple successful Addies, and I couldn't be an Addie chair every year, but we created a director role that my position is to sort of shepherd things along, where I'm not the Addie chair every year, but Evie knows me well. If I'm the one being like, hey, I have a question on an entry, and hey, we're boxing up our entries, and really handling some of that grunt work behind the scenes, and letting the chairs focus on that community engagement and that event aspect. So something we're happy to answer questions about, but a great way to kind of structure the competition, to break it down, that you have the resources to reach out to students and to get sponsors and to juggle all that. I think that's my spiel.
And now you know why I introduced him as my friend and the pro on student entries. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
And we in Pittsburgh, we struggle with student entries. And every time, we talk on our monthly club calls, there's always something that we learn that we're looking forward to bringing to our entry efforts. Before I get into talking a little bit about judging, I do want to say that the district has a Google Drive. It's in the monthly reminder for the monthly meeting of all the clubs. There's a link to that Google Drive. In that drive, I've put a ton of stuff. It's spelled out American Advertising Awards Resources. When you click on that, you will see there's a folder for 18-19, 19-20, and then of course this is 2021. And there's also a district master file. The reason I'm bringing this up, of course, because it is a resource for everyone, but in that file, I've gone through and I've taken each of the clubs for the last 5 or 6 years, as long as we've been using open water, and I've done club histories. So if you go into that folder, you will see another folder that says the same thing, and then you will see each club a folder with their name. Let's take NEPA.
Ooh, yeah.
So inside there, you will see spreadsheets starting in 2014 through this last entry competition. When you click on that, you will see a spreadsheet, whichever year you choose. It will list all of the companies that entered that year. Then there is their contact information. So in the way it comes out of the system, it's company, email, and then it tells you how many entries they completed, how many they left, because we all know there's always those stragglers hanging out there, and then how much they were charged in that particular year. To me, this is invaluable information, because if we're looking at July or January 1st and our entries are low, we can start looking at this resource to say, oh, well, what about Idea Works Food Marketing? What about JVW? What about Adams? And you can look and see, and there's an email here. Now, this is who that contact was in that particular year, so you may want to start with some of the newer spreadsheets. But at least it gives you an idea of where to go next to find something, to find potential entries. Also, in this folder, if you go into the 2021 folder, there's a ton of stuff. A lot of this is provided by the AAF. There's a folder for the style sheets and the awards official logo. We do not have the advertising campaign from National yet. We have a committee meeting on Wednesday, and hopefully immediately after that, we'll be able to send it out. I'll get it to everybody as soon as we have it. There may be some questions after that meeting, I don't know, but you'll get it when I get it. There's also a folder with rules and categories that has in it both student and professional. There's information on the awards group. If you received or know what the district daddies, I can say that. I can say that because it is the awards. That's big square block of stuff that is super heavy. This year, there's an additional level that you can use for local awards. They're all crystal. They range, I think the range is around $30 to $40, and they're actually really chic. So if you're looking to switch it up a little bit with your actual physical awards, that information is in there. There's a folder for training. There's a PowerPoint presentation that the AAF put together that you can take and then customize. So if you wanted to do a webinar for potential entrants, this is your roadmap. You can customize it with your own branding, and the gist of what you should be saying is in there. And there's also a video on increasing your entries that I will admit I have not watched yet. And also in here, there's some links. When we had this summer's Admerica, there were a couple of video presentations regarding the competition. I just have those listed. There's information for getting your judges and how to handle them in this virtual world. There's another sheet that is the COVID disclaimer. This year only, we're doing everything virtually, but you still need to do this, this, and this. They've expanded some of the categories so that you can actually submit more of the actual work. It's like sometimes some categories you're limited to 4 entries. They've expanded that, plus they've also put in, for some of the categories, not all of them, but some of them. So if you have something that's this water bottle and you wanted to shoot a video on how this water bottle works, there's an area where you can put that video. This way the judges have a nice representation of what the entry is. I put over many years, there's a list of, like Joey was mentioning some of the different people at the universities and colleges that you can approach about student entries. There's a big document in there that lists everything I can think of or still from other clubs of who you can approach, different areas and different kinds of corporations. So there's that. There's also I call it the nitpicky list that has just things like when you send in an entry and you wrap it up real nice to protect it, make sure that there's something on the outside that says what's inside so that we don't have to open it up until we absolutely need to open it up. There is also a spreadsheet, as I said a little bit ago, with judges. This is a list of some of the judges that some of you have sent, the AAF has put together on their website. We have it in a spreadsheet. Please feel free to add to that list. If there's somebody on there that's problematic, that maybe doing a virtual judging, they're not real good with a computer, you may not want to have them judge this particular competition, so you might in the notes column just say, not really computer literate, let's hold off on this person. I also grabbed everything else, the judging guidelines. There's a document on Zoom guidelines, so if you're having a conference with your judges, you're not familiar with Zoom, this gives you some of the points to talk over and to set up so that you can have those. Finding judges, as I said, this spreadsheet, Hal has a way that he likes to find judges. Hi, Hal.
Hey there. So what I've done, just to back up a step, I was the ADDI chair for about 5 or 6 years before becoming president. And a methodology I used to find judges was go through LinkedIn. In the DC area, if you go to LinkedIn and you put creative director, there's probably several hundred people who come up. I would find people I knew. I would see who they were linked to, because obviously you don't want judges from your area, your club area, And it doesn't take very long to find people who are linked to people in Dallas, Boston, New York. Also, I had worked in New York for many years. I knew people. And we were able to very successfully in the 5 or 6 years get really top-notch, I feel top-notch judges who were from large agencies across the country. And also we were able to come up with a very diverse pool, because obviously you want people of different backgrounds, rural, city, male, female, ethnicity. The year before last, I should say, we were able to get the creative director from SpaceX to fly out to DC to judge our awards. We got one of the creative directors from Starbucks to be a digital judge, all through LinkedIn, just a friend of a friend of a friend, 6 degrees of separation. And would take me about 2 or 3 hours, a couple of Jack and Cokes, and sitting there going through LinkedIn, finding who knew who, and again, winding up at places like the creative director for SpaceX. And also from getting your own name out there and meeting new people, it's a great way. So I would highly recommend LinkedIn to find judges.
We're really curious this year, of course, to see how this goes. Our immediate past president is concerned. He does not know that we'll be able to find judges who want to do virtual. He's a people person. He likes to go to wherever, whoever calls him, he'll go and he'll judge. And he loves that experience. He loves meeting new people. We all know this is not ideal, but there is something to be said for being able to judge from your sofa if you need to. One thing.
Can I jump in just for a second? A thought on that might be to look not as far afield distance-wise. If somebody, for argument's sake, came to DC, if somebody from Scranton, for argument's said, hey, would you get in the car for 2 hours, come for half a day or day, drive up, not have to deal with airplanes, hotels, long day, sure, but come and go and judge. That to me seems like a better option than trying to go to Seattle and get somebody to fly in for a weekend.
And that is very true. However, keeping in mind that we don't know what the future holds, obviously, because this was a 2-week shutdown initially. A lot of people may not want to go for in-person judging. This is very unique, having a conference like this right now. So you have to be prepared. We are strongly suggesting for all local competitions that you do it virtually. We've made the decision to do the district as such. National, they're hoping by it's time to judge national, which is late April, early May, that they will be able to do in person. But again, they're expecting the worst, hoping for the best. We just have to wait and see. Let's see, there was something I was going to say that was brilliant. It'll come back to me. So we talked about judges. And hey, Hal, why don't you continue going on and talk about how you handled your gala that was canceled mere moments before the actual event.
So I will say DC tends to hold their galas late. We usually go about the 2nd or 3rd week in March, and we kept that late tradition going. As everyone recalls, right around March 14th, 15th is when things shut down. Our awards were scheduled for March 21st, so we had to pivot quickly and decide what to do. Thankfully, the mayor of DC had issued an emergency proclamation, which is what we needed to trigger to get our refund back from our location. We were using another association's the place, had a 300-seat theater and had a place to have a reception. We were planning on 350 people. We were charging around $120 to attend the gala, give or take. All of that was in place. We literally were about to hit send on the catering order We paused all of that. Again, we were able to get our money back. We felt bad about not being able to employ the people. Obviously, the caterer didn't cater and the bartenders didn't bartend. We went to one of our members, Interface Video. They're an old post-production company that now also has studios. The original budget for the gala itself, we were going to spend around $25,000 probably to put on the gala. We quickly, like I said, pivoted for $6,500 approximately. They gave us their television studio with about 4 or 5 technicians. We were able to stream live on YouTube from the studio, so we had lights, we had sound, per the conversation about video earlier, obviously both very important. We had our Addie's chair and 2, I'll call them two members who have media experience able to host it. Now I've got some clips of the event I'll play in a moment. And the whole event ran about 90 minutes. The clips, there's 3 of them, we won't play them all in a row. I'll talk in between, each of them about 2 or 3 minutes. I don't want to bore everybody too much. But why don't we play clip number 1, just to give you a sense of what it all looked like.
All right.
So thank you to COVID and the coronavirus. We're all coming to you from different locations in the comfort of your own home. We want to first thank our sponsors. They have been with us from the very beginning. Admirable Devil, Casual IQ, and Claire Advise. We encourage you to donate to some really great charities that are doing really important work right now. The CDC Foundation. We have some videos that we're going to share with you. We have some awards we're going to share with you, and so much more. There is even a live component, other than your house, in studio at IMG at Interface Media Group. Let's go live to the studio to see what's going on there. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
You look so fancy.
Thank you. So the Twitter feed is going. Y'all should be paying attention because there is going to be a special drinking word this evening. And you, there at home, get to choose it. So get on that Twitter, send us your votes, send us what you think. We're not going to give you any ideas. We want to hear from you, and then we'll get the drinking word, and we got to get it early. So get on there.
So as you saw, we had 3 people, 2 different locations. This was a week into COVID hitting, and no one had rules yet. As you recall, you didn't know what to do. We had social distancing in place. We had a live Twitter feed and people calling in to give it a real live feel. As you could see, the graphics were quite punchy. The other aspect that probably worked better for us is because of the screen and whatnot, the way they were being shown, being able to see the actual awards probably came off better through this interface. We had probably at our peak, we probably had 100, give or take, people watching. It kind of varied as you would expect during the hour and a half. And again, just to keep this quick, I'll play a second clip just that kind of shows a little bit more of the interactivity of the event. Plus, it's making you 2 work kind of hard to get this going, I see.
Let's move on to the professional awards.
Yes. Sounds good.
The professional awards, these are the awards for sales and marketing, publication design, and magazine design. A Gold Addy Award goes to HZ for Sous Vide Magazine, issue number 7, done for Cuisine Solutions.
And a Silver Addy goes to Design Army for Mica Commotion issue 8, done for Maryland Institute College of Art.
And a Silver Addy Award goes to HZ for Sous Vide Magazine, issue number 6, done for...
Hey, Mom. So sorry. I'm on
Julie's
set.
mom is
I'm on
calling
set
her right now, so
we're in
that's
the middle of a
Literally,
webcast.
my mom
I'm
also
serious,
was
this is my
calling
mom.
me, and I just muted my phone. A Silver Addy Award goes to White 64 for Luray Weekend Map done for Luray Caverns, and we have a video to share here as well. These are the awards for film and video and sound coming up next. But first, I feel like we should check in with Twitter.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think we should too.
I did like Hal's comment. He thought we should also drink, if anybody said quarantini.
Okay.
I
That
thought
was
that was
going to
pretty
be our
good.
original drink that we were going to make until we realized that none of us knew how to make a martini.
It's only time for us to do the awards for film, video, and sound. All the things that we are coming to you with right now.
Yes.
The Television Advertising Local Single Spot 30-Second Award is next.
Silver Addy goes to RP3 Agency for Dive into Spring, done for Giant Food. And here's the clip.
People aren't talking about how Giant's catered foods and cakes are made to order. They're not talking about how all of our rotisserie chickens are nature's promise and free from antibiotics. Or how our spiral ham is smoked with real hickory wood. They're not talking because they're eating. Oh, hello. And hello, ham. At Giant, we stand behind everything we sell. If a product falls short in any way, we'll replace it, plus your money back. The little things are Giant.
As you could tell, some of it was a little tongue in cheek. We want to have, we had fun with it. It was all put together in 72 hours, I would say. It wasn't scripted. Outside of knowing what order we were going to do the awards in, we used the same PowerPoint deck we put together that would have been shown at the live event through the YouTube, through the streaming. As you saw, things happen like Julie's mom called in, things like that. And there was lots of interaction on Twitter and calls with drinks and whatnot. Why don't we play the third and final clip? I'm trying to, hopefully it's not too boring. It's hard to tell this way how the room's doing there. This is the wrap up. This is the best of show, a small part of it.
What does it take to join AFDC? What do you have to,
Probably
what do you have to do?
some sort of internet connection, so you could log in.
Okay, that's probably not an issue.
Yeah, there's a link
Oh,
on
you
our
get it too?
website that you're watching this. Scroll down, there's a link, you can join. We have corporate memberships, we have student memberships, we have, I don't know. We
Yeah.
have events you can come to if you're not a member, but it's cheaper if you join as a member. I think if you go to a couple of those, you've basically paid for your membership, so you might as well become a member.
Great networking.
Great networking.
I've been a member for, oh my gosh, probably over 20 years, I have to say. And it's been
I'm
so
over-
much fun. Everybody's so fun, and the events are good, and
Yeah.
you learn so much. There's a network, a community that sticks together and helps reference you, and job boards. All.
So I
You
think
have to
we've
have that
reached the end of the program with our
All
big
right.
awards. We have some best in shows. It's not a really important award ceremony unless you have a best in show category. And our best in shows really are that. It goes to Design Army for Hong Kong Ballet, done for the Hong Kong Ballet.
Yeah.
Obsessed.
Yeah.
Designer
Beautiful.
Army,
Septine
always
Weber,
killing
the artistic
it.
director of the Hong Kong Ballet, is just he has an incredible artistic just vibe and everything. So to then come in and be able to publicize that and to turn that creativity into another level of creativity, that's really cool. I loved watching that.
That's incredible.
Plus the art direction's amazing. Anytime you
Yeah.
throw a Pachelbel cannon in there, I'm all in.
Oh yeah.
I love it. Great job, Design Army.
Beautiful.
Thank you
Yeah.
to all our winners. Thank you to all of our entrants. Thank you to everybody.
So this year, we're already planning for a virtual event, a repeat of this. There are a couple of upsides to doing it virtually for us. We wound up netting $20,000 more, give or take, than we had anticipated because we didn't do the gala. It was actually surprising how much the gala cost us. We never really quite analyzed it that way. The thought this year is if we can come March, and who knows, I'm skeptical, but who knows, we will do something the following evening. We'll do this live broadcast, and the following evening we'll buy out a bar for 2 hours and have people come and celebrate and drink, or we might push it down the road till April or May, again, depending on where we are with the virus and whatnot. So it got us more revenue. Frankly, I thought that we could see the material better than we normally might and hear it better through the streaming app. Also, it gave us, I think, more opportunities to interact with our members because we had members calling in and we had shout outs to members during the whole event. I think people really, we were all very surprised and pleased how well it went off. And I would encourage anyone for their virtual event to think about doing it live. I know that makes some people nervous, but having that spontaneity, having the ability to interact with your audience, I think brings a lot of value to it. This year, we are talking about doing some watching parties. We might have sponsors, sponsor drinks that maybe we can distribute material to our members, or or some other snack boxes like you guys sent to us here. So we are going to do a little more of that. We just didn't have time last year. So that's my update for what we did last year for the American Advertising Awards, formerly known as the Addies.
Yeah. Maybe something, a question for Al. Did member agencies, you might have to repeat it, did member agencies, what did they say? Did they like it? Because I feel like, honestly, the virtual recognition isn't as strong or valuable as...
You're not getting that hug, right? Tal, did you hear that?
I heard that. Obviously, when we did it, there was no choice. The whole world was changing rapidly. I think people appreciated very much so the hoops we went through to make something happen, because there was a moment there where we just were kind of like, I guess we can't do anything. I would say for this year, again, having if we can have the ability to have something, a gathering where we could get the hugs, where we can celebrate in the networking event would be ideal. As far as getting feedback from our members, anecdotally, we got positive feedback. We were challenged because everybody had fled their offices. Everybody had fled what they were doing, as I'm sure was happening in your market too. A lot of agencies were focused on, am I going to have business to open up next week? And how do I get in touch with my employees? What the hell is Zoom? What are our new policies? So frankly, there wasn't a lot of ability to get feedback on the Addies just because everyone was so distracted.
Bring up a good point. I'll start a doc in that Google Drive that also, we can put links to those of us that were forced into doing a virtual show. Not everyone was. There were some that were on top of things and they were able, not that we weren't on top of things, it was just scheduling and luck. But if you want to take a look at some of these videos, it might give you some ideas, and it might also open a door to, you know, I'm sure Hell's always wonderfully open with his information. I'll put the links up for Pittsburgh. Our show was canceled 2 days beforehand. Rochester, poor Rochester, theirs was canceled. They were there setting up, and it was canceled for that night. Another thing this does bring up is those that sign the contracts, you want to make sure that you have a force majeure clause in your contract. So if a national disaster like this happens and you don't have a choice, you have the government saying you need to shut it down, that helps you get out of the contract. But you need to watch the wording of that. At this point, anything, if you're looking at doing any live events, you want to ask, what is our out clause? It's really, really important. We were lucky. We had that in the contract, and that was not because we looked for it. It was just there. But where we were holding our show, they were having a St. Patrick's Day party the next day in that venue, and they canceled theirs before we canceled ours. So, you know, we didn't have any issues. But to Hal's point, you know, you're taking a lot of those expenses off of the table. So the revenue that you brought in from sponsors, from the entries, that in a way that is pure profit for you. There are still some expenses, of course, but a lot of it, it'll help get us through these horrible times when we can't have the luncheons or the happy hours that we typically do. Another thing I wanted to bring up that, Joey, thank you for reminding me, the judging timeline. What we learned last year judging districts, you know, when we bring the judges in, typically 2 or 3 days, depending on how many markets you're doing. For the districts, we are usually about 1.5 to 2 days, depending on how many entries. We found out, even though people are at home, they're not a captive audience like they would be if they were sitting in your conference room judging. So we initially opened it up for a week and kept extending that. And it took 2 weeks, and you will notice in the judging guidelines that the AAF is also suggesting that you leave 2 weeks for the judging. Now, tell the judges 1 week, plan for 2 weeks, because you don't want to go that 2 weeks and then still have them say, I need more time, because then you're up against the district deadline. Let's see, we talked about trophies. For the district, New York, well, the district in Philadelphia, we order through the awards group and have those shipped directly. New York, I still have sitting in my living room because all of those agencies are still pretty much closed. And Pittsburgh, I have all of theirs. Those are in the garage. Because a lot of our agencies, they've had their staff come in, take all of their personal information home, and they've pretty much closed their physical location doors until after the first of the year when they'll reassess. The nice thing about the awards group is they will ship for you. Just make sure that, and I can send you a template of what I use to ship, and they understand what goes where. Let's see. Do you guys want to talk about sponsors and budgets?
Sure.
Sure. Joey, you want to go first? Want me to go?
You kick it off, Hal.
Well, sure. I mentioned some of this earlier. We had budgeted around $25,000 for the actual gala. We spent approximately $6,000 doing the virtual. So we were able to pocket around, I guess it was $19,000 in revenue, which certainly with the shutdown helped us a lot. As I said earlier, we had never really appreciated the cost of the gala, and it certainly is making us reevaluate what we're going to do in the future. Obviously, one of the things we're thinking about this year is, do we need to lower the entry point cost-wise for entries this year, because everybody is revenue challenged on all sides of this. And if we can this year, we'll certainly think about having a live network component when the virus, when we can. Hard to say.
Yeah, I think for us in NEPA, we're just starting to think of how we can get creative with that. We're getting a little bit of a momentum there with sponsorship in live events with, as I said, students and trying to find unique angles to get sponsors, whether it was sponsoring a red carpet or the cocktail hour or the gallery. And now that's all changing. So I think I see a big opportunity for all of our clubs to really get creative with, like, this is what we do, guys. We sell ads. Like, so how can we do it for our own benefit? I think there's a lot of opportunities in the video sphere of things of why can't we have commercial breaks in our virtual show? Why can't we have segments sponsored by or something? So I see a lot of opportunities there, and I'd love to keep the dialogue going between the district and all the different clubs of what are some people doing? How are you structuring your sponsorship documents? Because I think it is going to be kind of reinventing the wheel for this year.
To add on to that, I hadn't thought about that. Back to the earlier video panel of creating video content for the club, create a membership commercial. If you're going to do a virtual event, at least then you've got an audience, a place to put it. Treat it like I said, like a spot. Make a 30-second, or it doesn't have to be 30, on your organization. Maybe there's an event highlights reel that you can play, integrated into your live stream, and a membership outreach, or maybe Ad 2 can also do some sort of video content that fits in there that would help promote their efforts.
In Pittsburgh, we do category videos. We go to our entrance, and plus we've built up a list. These are people every year, as soon as they see the call for entries, they start asking for a particular category. We ask them to stay within the theme and to at least mention the category. Doesn't always work that way, but what they are so much fun. They are wonderful. It breaks up the show a little bit. We make sure that they give themselves credit, and we then encourage them next year to enter those videos in our local only category that we've created. Those, unless they're entered in a couple of categories, as long as they apply, the local only don't get forwarded. So if they win a gold, it's local, but they get their name in the paper and all of that. And the videos are so much fun. So just trying to bring some levity to the show as well. The next thing I have on our list is Admerica. I was talking to Amanda Wednesday, I think it was. They don't know. They still don't know. They're just like all of us. And imagine having to stage a multi-day conference like that and not knowing what the world is going to hold. They're pushing the decision as late as they can. They did, obviously, if you watched any of the videos, they had the virtual conference this year. Those videos are on the Admerica YouTube channel. If you did not see how they handled the national awards, where you could win an Addy, I would suggest that you do so, because it might give you some ideas as well. And we know we have some questions, so are you guys ready?
Yeah.
One of the first questions that came in is, during the last monthly meeting, there was talk about how to monetize the show this year, since we'll be virtual. Someone mentioned viewing party packages. Could we maybe talk a little bit more about this?
I can't remember who mentioned doing it. It is certainly something. Was it you, Hal?
It was like those boxes that he's.
I couldn't quite hear the question.
Say the question.
The question was, on our last monthly call, there was mention of monetizing a viewing party.
Right.
And was that you that brought that up?
It could have been, and I said a few minutes ago, we're looking into doing some sort of party cocktail ability, where you might pay, $20 or $15, all being worked out, where we would ship you the ingredients to do make a drink. And as part of the live show, we'll have a mixologist come on to help you work through the steps of making your drink. We'd probably do it pretty early on, and get some revenue that way. And hopefully we would have a sponsor for the spirits, so that we could get a sponsorship that way, get revenue that way, and charge people a nominal fee, we'll say, to get the care package, I'll call it.
I love that. That's really cool.
Do you have the answer to that?
Well, I think there's also a good opportunity to help other local businesses with
Right.
We have
Yeah.
businesses that do booze to go. You can get bottled mixed drinks to go. You can get, you know, your dinner to go. So maybe sell like, hey, this restaurant is doing your awards dinner package. You'll get your booze, you'll get your food, blah, blah, blah. And you're helping promote that business. Like,
That's a fabulous idea.
really good vibe.
For anyone virtual who didn't hear that, what Catherine is saying is it's a great opportunity to engage local businesses that maybe are members or outside your membership that are already offering to-go meals and to-go cocktails and stuff, that there's a lot of opportunity for partnerships there.
I know in DC, the Washington Nationals had a arrangement with one of the local chains, I believe it was, where you could order like sliders and a beer, get a game day package of food, you know, a hot dog, sliders, and a couple of beers for whatever it was, and they would deliver it to your house. So yes, there's absolutely opportunities there to partner with local restaurants, bakeries, you know, bars, you name it.
I will also say, this year when we did our show in Pittsburgh, it was free. Anyone, it didn't matter, member,
Yes, same
non-member,
here.
it was free. It will not be free when we do it again. We all have to realize that there is value to what we do in this show. There's value to watching it, even if it's just $5 for someone to get the password to watch the show, it's worth it. And it brings in a little bit of revenue. If you get a couple hundred people, that could cover any of the outside costs that you might have.
For us last year, I'm sorry, it's a little hard with the interactivity here. We did refund everyone's money because we had promised a a gala with food and drinks. That was just a given that everyone was refunded and there was no charge. Again, we had 72 hours to pivot on this.
We converted ours to membership and future credit. This way we weren't having to write a couple hundred checks and give money back. I don't like to give money back as the executive director, so I was doing everything I could to hold on to it.
Because we got everything refunded, you know, for us, we felt, and again, it was literally like Rochester, things were shutting down left and right. People didn't know if they were going to have jobs next week. We took the path to refund it. You know, I'm not saying you did wrong, we did right. That was just the choice we made.
We had people, there were 3 people or 3 organizations that did ask for money back, and we immediately wrote them a check. Our program book that we have still a physical program book, which is usually included with the price of the ticket. We're selling them for $10 a piece just to try to recoup some of the costs of setting it up and then having it printed. This year we're 95% sure we'll go with a digital book just because we have to cut corners.
Can I add one more comment on that? And I realize it's not germane to advertising awards. Once the pandemic hit and we looked at our bylaws, we realized we did not have a membership category for hardship. Other organizations I worked with or been involved with previously had the ability, if someone could easily, if they could just let us know that they were unemployed, we would extend membership dues. It was not in our bylaws. We have since updated our bylaws to include a hardship category, and I would encourage other clubs in the district across the country to, if you don't have that ability, to examine adding that to your bylaws.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Any other questions?
Rich from Rochester.
Hi, Rochester.
He said that he was just elaborating on how they had to cancel the day of.
Yep.
And he said we had to cancel the awards in Rochester the day of due to cases popping up locally. Members completely understood and applauded the difficult last-minute decision. And then he said that Rochester did not issue refunds, but award attendees received free entry to all our ADWI programming in September, which included a reshoot of our awards held at a drive-in theater.
See, that's great. That's another creative way to hold on to that money.
And then he also added, in Rochester for this year, we're talking about, Nicole from Rochester added, in Rochester for this year, we're talking about the digital book, but then allowing orders for the books for those who want physical copies.
Yeah, like I said, Rochester, and then I led them astray. Again, we were only shutting down for 2 weeks. A number of you I was able to contact and have you divert your entries to my house rather than the photographer's studio. Aaron, because of everything they were dealing with, I'm like, just hold on to them, put them in your office, we'll get them, it'll be fine. Well, then everything was strictly shut down, and luckily he was able to sneak in and ship everything to us. This year, again, planning for the worst, hoping for the best. You will notice on the information that I send to everyone on how to forward the district entries, they're just going to come to my house. I'm there all the time. And we're going to do that with all of our local entries as well. This way, I'm not asking our friends at the photography studio to sit in their office for 2 months while our entry period is open. So that's something else you might want to keep in mind. Where are the physical entries going, and is it someplace that is manned?
And then I do have one last question. If you could just repeat the question. Are most of your sponsors members who are already spending money on entries and dues, or is it best to look to vendors where the creative professional would be their target audience?
The question was where to look for the sponsors. Are most of them members, or should you look for to the vendors to be sponsors? Yes, to both. I don't know if this is appropriate, but I always joke that I'm pimping our organization. I'm asking everyone that I can for money. Again, I look at my list, if you've gave something, 10 years ago and I have you on a list, you're getting contacted again. And then we do also at that same time say, do you want to do a category video? You're trying everything to get them engaged.
And the last question is from Judy. She was asking, did the DC winner win the nationals? The best of show.
Judy in DC is wanting to know if the clip we showed that won the Best in Show in DC won Best in Show at Nationals. Or anything. I don't
recall either, I'm sorry to say.
I think it placed, it was a silver or gold. I can very easily, I'll look that up and then we'll be able to get back to Judy with an answer for that one. There might be an opportunity at the end of today. This is a lot, and we did not even go over anything in great detail. It's just a lot. So again, we'll come back up and answer any more questions that you might have. My contact information is out there. If you don't have it, I will forward it to you. I'll be sending the chairs links to the Google Drive. And then anyone else that is interested in seeing that, do not delete anything from the Google Drive, please.
I'm just curious if anybody on the chat from district level, is anybody planning any kind of in-person gathering? Obviously, if things allow, but is anyone kicking that can down the road at this point? Because so the reason I ask is because people that do our creative and plan the show, it's on an agency rotation, and the agency really wants to. So I'm just curious if anybody else is planning some kind of in-person distance event.
The question for those that are hooked up virtually is anyone planning for some sort of event down the road? I know in Pittsburgh, our original thought, because we were only closing down for 2 weeks, was once we open back up again, we'll just have everybody go to a bar, no fees, no nothing, but we'll be able to pass out the books, pass out the trophies, hug each other, it'll be fine. So pay attention to your city, county, state health rules. Plan accordingly, but as you plan, just make sure that you have a backup plan and you have an out. It's really hard right now. We're talking about our Hall of Fame for next October, November. It's really hard to say, oh, let's put $2,500 down to hold a facility. Again, I don't want to give anybody any money right now because we just don't know, and we may need that in the meantime. Yeah. I wish I had answers.
No, thank you, Abby. I appreciate it.
Anyone else?
Hey, a quick comment on that.
We were almost
I
on
would
time.
say, I also produce events for various associations. That the best course of action I've seen and I recommend is just make a decision. And just at least for now, I tell all my clients that through the spring, everything's virtual. That even if we get a vaccine in the next 45 days, till it's all distributed, till it works its way through the system, until people are comfortable, it's not going to be till springtime at best where we start to I feel have live events and be able to do that. And even when we do live events, what does it all look like? I'm not in the room with you. I'm assuming people are sitting social distanced. So suddenly ballrooms that used to hold 300 people are now going to hold 100 people. And if Pittsburgh, for argument's sake, is used to having 200 people come to the event, now what do you do? Because you need twice as bigger space. And you can't do buffets anymore because they just don't work. So to work through all those logistics and plan a virtual event simultaneously, you just don't have the bandwidth for that. Large companies can do that. Small associations you can't. You just don't have the manpower. So I would recommend through March or April, assume it's virtual.
Something else to look into is your insurance policy. Ours renews in September, and I went to them and said, if we do not hold any in-person events through the end of March, so 6 months, what will it save us? And it was almost $1,200 off of our bill. Now, we'll relook at that in March, but for the time being, that's $1,200 more that we have, so it might be worth looking into that, or having your executive director, if you have an executive director, look into it. Every once in a while, I get lucky. So keep the questions coming. Apparently, we'll be back up in a little while. Thank you for your time, and sorry for the rambling on my part. Yes.
We would like to know if you could possibly do a recap with the ideas that
I was actually thinking of well, there will be the video, but I was, the question was about doing a recap. I'm actually thinking of maybe setting up a Zoom webinar for the chairs. Why not? We can. I don't always have all of the answers, but I know where to go to get the answers. And especially when you guys get into the system and you're doing your entries, or I can help you with the opening up, but you may, like last year we learned about, Facebook carousels. You will find things that maybe weren't thought through all the way because we were trying to adjust everything within open water for these weird times. So please, come to me with any questions. If you can, write them out, so I'm sure I'm getting all of the facts, and if it's something that I don't know the answer to, I will get you an answer, I promise.
And lastly, Richard just is saying that in Rochester agrees with Hal. They will be doing all virtual through the spring, most likely, unless things drastically improve, which would be great. All virtual is the best way forward. So I just wanted to
Absolutely. Best and safest, and we love our members, so we want them to be safe, and hopefully when we do get back together, we'll be able to go maskless, we'll be able to give hugs. One day, soon.
But being that it's all new for us, I'd love to keep conversations going. Evie, I'd love the idea of a webinar or even like a monthly Zoom or something that every club is just figuring this out at the same time. So I think sharing ideas like this is just going to make all of us stronger and better. So. Yeah. I love hearing other people's ideas and collaborating on those.
Yeah, and last year at this time, John was very kind. As we were doing the monthly calls, we were putting in time specifically to talk about the awards. I didn't say Addies, I said the awards. But we can also certainly set up a webinar as well. And it'll be close to our group, but open just to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Hal.
Thanks, Hal.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helen Lavelle, and I'm thrilled to be here in Scranton, Pennsylvania, my hometown. I just wanted to, first of all, I want to thank Chelsea. Chelsea, you know what? Your role, I was 28 years old when I became the president of AAF Northeast Pennsylvania. I was really a young advertising professional. I am thrilled. Yay! Ladies and gentlemen, Chelsea, the president of the American Advertising Federation, Northeastern Pennsylvania. That's what we're talking about. You know what? We need to learn how to pivot, and that's what we're doing in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And John Mulder, thank you for joining us and serving as the governor of District 2. It is really more important today than ever. And you guys are all get a nice round of applause for these guys. We are talking about unbelievable leadership here. Unbelievable leadership. And it is happening at a time where we need it more than ever. So, we're tired, aren't we? This has not been easy. We're tired. We feel like, oh my God, what happened here? What happened to us? So I think you're going to enjoy what I have to offer because of my history with the American Advertising Federation, with AAF Northeastern Pennsylvania, and with District 2, all of which hold an unbelievably, really huge place in my heart. So, with that being said, how to give back. Chelsea's riding it with me, baby. How to give back when you have nothing left to give. I think we might be stuck on the title. So that means that I have to keep telling you how to give back. So I can keep talking until you're ready, and that's not a problem. And everybody here knows that's the case. So I think that it's really important to know, to acknowledge that we are in the middle of a global pandemic. This is probably the very first place that I made a decision to come to. I've been extremely cautious. I have multiple sclerosis, so I'm high risk. And the reason that I'm telling you that is because it was the members of District 2 of AAF that convinced me that you're not going anywhere, honey. We don't care if you're sick. You're one of us, you're our family. And that's what I want to really let all of our clubs know. This is a time where we need to strengthen our bonds. We need to get closer to each other than we ever were before because we need each other. And we all may feel like we don't have anything left to give. Chelsea, if we can move on. So here's what I have to say to you about that. Knock it off. Next, now. Because we are victims. We are advertising professionals. We are communicators. We know what to do. When there is a problem, we're going to get out of it. So if we can go to the next slide and stop blaming everyone else, including God, for what is going on here, okay? This is something that none of us has ever expected would happen, but guess what? We're in the middle of it. It's what we're going to do about it. If we can move on, I want to talk about what it takes to get out of the problem. When I was baptized by fire when I became the president of AAF Northeastern Pennsylvania. I was the second vice president. I was in business for 6 months, owning my own agency, 6 months. The second vice president left and went to Pittsburgh. Thank you, Evie. He went to Pittsburgh. Jimmy Loftus, radio. He leaves. I'm thrown into the presidency, and I had absolutely no goddamn idea what I was doing at all, except this. I knew what good work was, and I was going to make sure that what we did was based in that. And there's a lot more to creating good work than doing great creative. It's taking care of other people. So what I know we need to do is get out of the problem right now, and we all have to figure out how to do that. I would like to ask someone for water, if I may. So I put this slide up because there's something, and here comes my friend Joey Zarcone with the water. Yay, Joey, thank you so much. Guys, so the pandemic hits, right? And I'm, you know, not unlike all of you, kind of thrown for a loop. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna handle this? How are we gonna keep our clients okay? How are we gonna keep our people employed? What do we need to do? What I needed to do was to go into who I am and to pay attention to what was going on outside of me, right? That's why I said to knock it off. Guys, we're in this for each other. Excuse me for one moment. So, what I started to do when there was a knee in George Floyd's neck and we lost yet another human being because of systemic racism, I decided to do what I love to do, and that is to paint. And I'm not making a political statement here. I am not. I love police officers that are good police officers. I think law enforcement and all of the people who work so hard to keep us safe are such valuable people in this world. But I think it was at that moment when it was like, I can't take much more of this between Breonna and Charlottesville and what is going on here. This is crazy. And this is coming from a woman, a little white Irish American from Scranton, Pennsylvania, who won the very first Diversity Achievement Award that District 2 had given. And there was a reason for that. Because when and it was going on with me a long time before that. I did a survey as president of our ad club and had to hand it into District 2 to talk about what the ethnic breakdown was of Scranton, Pennsylvania. We were people are running around going, who is 98% Caucasian? Who? And I'm like, we are, you know? And there was a reason. The reason that I'm telling you these personal stories is because we have to understand who we are today and what our responsibilities are today, and that we are the American Advertising Federation, and we have a responsibility to speak out. And I'm showing you the painting because we don't need to be militant. We don't need to be, you know, we don't need to come at. I was like reciting Langston Hughes poetry and winning speech tournaments when I was in high school, and you know, Dr. Martin King was my hero. You know, so I'm showing you this because this is what I did in the pandemic for myself to feed my own soul. When all of this was happening, I was grieving for all of us, grieving. And I want you to know that because there's a connection here. So I was doing what fed my own soul. We have a lot of artists and writers and a lot of talented filmmakers and your film panel, you guys did a great job, So if we could move on. We have to get out of the problem and into the solution. How do we do that? So we keep doing what we need to do to feed our own souls at the same time that we're taking care of our clients, that we're taking care of other people. If you're in the advertising industry, you have a problem right off the bat. That's that you're more concerned about somebody else than you are about yourself. I really do believe that. That's what we were trained to do. We communicate on behalf of others. We take care of others. We care. One of my favorite clients, this is a client that I'm so proud of. I've maintained this relationship for so many years. He said it was the best compliment we ever received. Helen, he said, I place my business with Lavelle Strategy Group because Helen, all these years, probably cares more about my business than I did half the time. You know? And there's something to be said for that's a compliment. But it also is really telling, isn't it? We need to take care of ourselves, especially during something that's going on right now. I also want you to know, and this is for you, John, guess who was the governor of District 2 during 9/11? Scranton, Pennsylvania, again. I'm not surprised that you asked me to speak during a global pandemic, and I didn't think anything would be worse. So you guys have to realize something. Governor of District 2, that's New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., Delaware, and Maryland. I had 3 clubs absolutely destroyed, you know? And what were I had to cancel a conference. I'm thinking of Hal from Washington and how they pivoted and did what they needed to do. And I thought they did a great job with the American Advertising Awards. You'll notice, Joey, I did not say Addies. But I'm saying Addies now. I'm old. But I want you to know that that's what it's about. It's like we are in an industry where we know that we have a responsibility to make a difference. And the personal choices that you make are going to do it or they're not. So, moving on to the next slide, your responsibility today, and I'm encouraging everyone, whether you're here in person or you're watching virtually or you see this through a live stream or it's on YouTube, 10 years from now, it's the same thing. You need to listen. Listen for the song that's in your soul. You really do. What is that? What's the song in here? And then, after you find it, you do what it takes. So, right before this, there's this photograph is from the Legacy of a Lifetime Awards presentation. And the reason that I'm showing you this is because we lost our maven, Patricia Martin. And Pat Martin was the very first woman inducted into the she was the first female chair of the American Advertising Federation, first, right? She was also inducted into the Advertising Hall of Fame, and she also ended up serving as executive director of District 2. Some of you had the distinct pleasure to have met her, and I could drop to my knees and thank God for her in my life because she was my mentor. And how she did it was she took a 28-year-old kid by the neck and said, listen, honey, you need to get involved in District 2. And I'm not talking about just getting involved on a surface level. You have a job to do, and so does everybody else. And I listened to her. And when she passed away, as devastated as we all were, we needed to do something that would not only honor her, but remind us of who we really are. And we took what we stand for as an industry, and also as District 2, and also as members of the American Advertising Federation, and we awarded leadership and creativity and diversity and education. Now think about it. I was a kid at a table with Pat Martin sitting next to me, and allow me to say this too. Most of the people at the table, at the board table, were middle-aged white men talking about diversity, talking about it. And my point, because I never kept my mouth shut, hand goes up, and I said, why am I sitting at this board table and we're talking about diversity, but there's not a person of color at the table? What's that about? Needless to say, some wonderful things happened because I spoke up, you know? I'm a little emotional about this subject. We can rifle through these shots. We created the Legacy of a Lifetime. We took those, and there's a reason that I'm prefacing it this way. Just want you to see some of the images. That's Pat Martin on the right. You're going to see a nice big picture of Pat Martin. And Jamie and Catherine and Evie are back there, and they have a smile on their face because they knew her, and they knew her personally. And I know that there are a lot of people who are out there in virtual land who are missing her, and also others who had gone before her, like the Barbara Westlands of Washington, D.C., and the Chick Davises of Baltimore, Maryland. We need to stand on the shoulders of those who have gone before us. We do. We need to stand on the shoulders of those. We need to pay attention. We need to keep those connections. We need to keep them going. So, to give you an example, the two women at the podium, Matu Malhan, you know these people, Gina Grillo, they are from the Ad Club in New York, and they were given the opportunity to present the first education award to Leslie Winthrop. Leslie Winthrop was grabbed by Phyllis Schwebel, who was working for Time magazine, and said, listen, she did the same thing to her. She said, you will serve on the district board, and you will get a job. And Leslie ended up chairing the National Student Advertising Competition for 30 years. And when you talk about the National Student Advertising Competition being what it is, I believe it's the single most important thing that we do. I believe that because we need to be teaching our kids, our students that are in colleges and universities across District 2, that you need to come with us. There are wonderful careers in our business and careers that are going to connect you to people throughout the world. I feel so grateful that I'm in the advertising industry. I don't know about you guys, but I know I am. So if we could keep going. So here's Leslie and Gina and Matu standing with a banner of Pat, and Pat looks like she's more alive here than she did when she was on this earth. You'll see that David Bell received. David Bell is one of the most famous men ever in the advertising industry. The gentleman who is speaking from the podium flew in from Germany. He helped him launch a global agency before people knew that we were going to be able to deal with each other globally. So how did that happen? How were we able to get Leslie Winthrop, no-brainer, how she was going to be awarded? How were we able to get David Bell? It's because we had a relationship with him. You know, I'm telling you, I don't care where you are from. We are all the same. And people are looking for talent everywhere. And you know, I'm smiling because I have Chelsea here, the president of AAF Northeast Pennsylvania, and you can stand on the shoulders of those who have gone before you, because we've had some great presidents, one of whom is in the back, one of whom I grabbed by the neck, and that would be Catherine Bondi, and said, Kate, you gotta do this. And Kat, I'm really proud of you and what you've done, because over the years, you didn't walk away. You didn't walk away. That's what we need. There's something missing because at certain points, people walk away. We have to keep the people who were involved, and continue to be involved. Evie, you had Karen Love, right? You know, Karen, she served as treasurer of District 2 for decades. And Karen was instrumental in the American Advertising Awards when they were called the Addies. So you could see on the right, Louis Carr. Louis Carr is the president of BET. The reason that I bring Louis Carr up is because when I was a kid in that room and I said, excuse me, I'm sitting here, Pat Martin's sitting here, we're kind of the only women in the room. I'm sitting at a table with a bunch of middle-aged white men, and why do we not have persons of color represented on the board? We need to be inclusive. We need to blah, blah, blah. From the gallery, I got tapped on my back. I could cry. I turned around, and it was Louis. He was invited, and he was sitting in the gallery, and he just went like this. Thank you. You know, I was a kid when I did that. I was a kid because I stood up and said what it is that we needed to say, because that's who we are. That's who we are. And I'll tell you what. I didn't win any popularity contest, but I'm really close to Wally. Wally Snyder was the president then. Howard Bell went before him. Those guys wanted us to make change. Oftentimes when changes are happening like this, it's not easy to take, but we know what we need to do to keep ourselves moving forward. So on the far right, you'll see another character in the business, very famous, John Osborne, who was running BBDO at the time. John always says this was the best award he's ever received because A, it was in honor of Pat, number one, and two, he was not a creative. And he said, Helen, why am I receiving an award for creativity when I'm running the agency? I said, because you're running the agency creatively, John. you know? And then there was a time during 9/11 where John had to let most of his team go, you know? But what did John do? John got closer with the team that he had. He made the best of what he could. And it's not because he knew what he was doing in New York. These guys are as humble as you are. You know, we all come from different walks of life, and every single one of us has something to contribute. So just moving along, there's Lewis. Lewis received the Diversity Award. Chelsea, I don't want to go over time, so I'm going to keep, there's Lewis again with Leslie and I. I want to stop here for a minute because Steve Neiman represents Central Pennsylvania. He came in because you want to talk about going back? Steve was around way back when. Judy Thompson, everybody please say a prayer for her and her family, because if you are not aware, Judy Thompson just lost her granddaughter this past week to domestic violence. She had she was murdered, and it was her granddaughter. And Judy said, and this is why I'm telling you this, is because Judy has been very public about it. She reached out to her AAF friends. Judy is from Cincinnati, Ohio. Judy reached out and said, I'm reaching out to you because you are my family. You are my family. I have my own family. I'm suffering here, and I need you. You know? So anything that anybody can do if this story helps anyone, and we can take this cause and make something wonderful happen here, please let's do it. So, but Judy traveled from Cincinnati, and then we have Colleen. You know, you guys know Colleen is from Erie. Colleen's a past governor. We have Doreen. Is she your Eastern Region chair right now, John? I'm not sure. Last year. Colleen is. So, you know, represented here, you can see that what I'm trying to show is the connections that we all have, no matter what's going on. So, in the middle, that's Liz. I don't know if anybody remembers Liz. I really don't think so, but she was the executive director of the Advertising Women of New York, which is the organization that turned their American Advertising Awards, the Addies at the time, over to District 2 to have us help. So that's where that connection comes from, and that's how it happened. There you go, Ev. That's how it all started. Moving along, there's John. This is what John does in the middle of, all of everything. That's how he celebrated, right with his team. That's who we are. He is surrounded by members of his own agency, but he's also surrounded with members of District 2 of the American Advertising Federation. As we can, and we can continue. I just want you to stop. This is important. You will notice there's Kate right there. So we have members of Posture. And Joey, thanks for stepping up to serve at District 2 level and help with the American Advertising Awards. But this is just to show you that Scranton people understand that when something happens and something needs to be, if we need to grieve, we grieve together, and if we need to celebrate, we celebrate together. And I could not pass this without having you guys showing you. But in the middle is Stacy Smolowitz. Now, this is really important because Stacy Smolowitz was a very young professor who began at the University of Scranton, Pennsylvania. And she was approached by us to get involved and start a student chapter at the University of Scranton, and has done an outstanding job. Again, has become a tenured professor. Her team would scrape and fight and claw and do really well some years and really not so well in other years. But I'll tell you what, she's never left because she loves us and she's one of us. And the relationships with the schools that we connect with are really important too. Don't forget it. So, moving along, there's Nick. All Nick ever did was dance, so there you go. And for those of you who remember, Nick Ferrari, also a past governor of District 2. And Stacy again, and again, education, really important. So let's start moving and talk about what we need to do now. And I'm going to give you some examples of what we are doing. And how are we doing okay on time?
It's almost 4 o'clock.
Okay, I think we're still okay.
30 minutes.
Yeah, I still have about 30 minutes. Good luck, guys. Because by the time I'm done, everybody's going to have a job here. So the first thing that we need to do is remember that we are here and it is important to innovate. the American Advertising Federation. Plus, we are District 2. Are you kidding me? At one time, District 2 was the strongest district in the nation. And I would have fights with my friends who were the governors of District 10, and especially District 10, who, by the way, I've gone to judge their student competitions and their Addie Awards. I've judged across the country. I said, Addies, I'm sorry, Evie, American Advertising Awards. So I'm saying that it's time to innovate. So I love the discussion that we were just talking about. Joey, I love the idea of having commercials during the presentation. I love the idea of engaging and involving and helping other small businesses in the district, helping them with what do these awards look like? Start thinking about who we are. We give back. How to give back when you have nothing left to give? You know, you're trying to run an award show. You're trying to keep your membership going. You know how you're going to make it happen? You're going to give back. You're going to you're going to tell those businesses, we are here to help you, because that's who we are and that's what we do. So innovate is really important. So this is what we have been up to in Northeast Pennsylvania. And I want everyone to pay attention, because what I'm going to talk about is not only for you individually, your own companies individually, your own communities individually, your own small businesses or large businesses within your area, but it's also for your individual ad clubs, and it's for you. I want you to steal every single idea that you hear right here. I want you to go back to your markets and use this. I want you to. I want you to, because guess what? It has to be done. It has to be done. I would have preferred to be painting at this point in my career, right? I would have. But what happened was that there was no way in hell that I was going to let every small business that is in danger of going down and going down hard, including businesses that are among us, that are our friends and neighbors, there was no way in hell I was going to let that happen. So we came up with a concept, strategic concept, that's Boost Business NEPA. And Boost Business NEPA has soft launched, and I knew it was going to work, because I know there are a million more people that are just like me. And I know that especially the people in the advertising industry are just like me. And what happened was that when we made a decision strategically, I made a decision strategically in one phone call with a client that, yeah, you thought you were going to paint, you're not, you know? It was the president of a bank that we've represented for many years, and we're talking on the phone, and we realized that we have businesses here like you guys have in your markets that will not survive this. It's serious. That's where we are. There's no coming back for some people. But if there are people who are willing to fight remember, I was the governor of District 2 during 9/11. You know, none of the clubs thought that they were going to survive that. That was absolutely not acceptable to us, to the people on our board, because we stayed in hope. And that's what I want to talk to you about, because there's hope for every single club. You need to be innovative. You need to come up with strategic things that are based on sound marketing strategy. And yeah, the branding has to look good. There has to be a connection. You have the strings that are tying us all together. Everything that's there visually is working, but what do you need to do to make something like this happen? You ask for help. First thing you do is ask for help. So what did I do? I asked for help. I knew that, yeah, it's great, but without collaboration, that's what we do here, right? Without collaboration, nothing was going to work. Nothing was going to work, because no one can do it alone. And no ad club can do it alone. And you guys know, you're the leaders of your advertising federations. You know that there are a handful of people doing the work for an entire board. Well, guess what? If you're not willing to step up and do the work and put yourself on the line, your heart and your soul on the line, you don't belong on the board. And I'm saying that because I want people who are listening virtually to go inside and listen to what I'm telling you. You know what? If you take a role on, accept it with responsibility and respect for the other people that you're working with, right? It's important. It's important. and collaborate and ask for help. If you can't do it by yourself, no one can do anything by themselves. You know, no one. You need to ask for help. So first thing I did was ask for help, and I decided that I was going to go to the best people that I could think of right off the bat. I picked up the phone and I called this guy and that woman. Actually, it was Holly that I called because Holly was running Cole Creative in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. And I watched what Holly and Sam, who was one of our panelists, do during this presentation and what you guys have been doing for the last 4 years. It was like looking in a mirror to me. It was, and that's why. And the folks at Posture know what I'm talking about because I recognize that kind of talent, that kind of grit, that kind of, you know, we don't give up, and we do care about our friends and neighbors. And we are District 2, and that's all we care about, right? All we care about. So Sam and Holly, we went to Cole Creative. The other woman that you saw was our art director, Desiree Zielinski, who used to work for Time Shamrock. And I think you heard Tim this morning talk about, so Tim worked for Time Shamrock. So there you go. There's the connection. So when you go out and you ask somebody to collaborate, there is only one answer. Chelsea, the answer is yes, yes, yes. Because you cannot accept no for an answer when it comes to doing something that's really important. Sam, I'm sorry, I know I'm walking right out of where you told me to be. So there is only one answer, yes. So remember that. When you're working toward making something happen for your clubs, and you go out and you're asking for a sponsorship, and I've watched our ad club. I'm so proud of our ad club in Northeast Pennsylvania because I've watched you guys take it over and run with it, and I love it. I'm so proud. I can't stand it. We have to start considering each other colleagues and not competitors in a situation like this. You know, we need to, the first thing John said, how's business going now? And I'm able to ask him, you know what I mean? This is what we're here for. We need to be able to reach out to each other and say, what can you do can you give me, this is what I'm going through, can you help me with this? So, I got off the subject a little bit, but the real important thing here is that you do not accept no for an answer, ever. Okay? Hear me? Don't forget I said it. Don't accept no. There is no no. There is no no. And when you're in a global pandemic and when we are facing the worst economy ever and what's happening right now, and we're facing anger and fear and uncertainty, and we don't know what's going to happen, so much so that you guys don't even know if you can run your awards programs. There's no time to accept no. We just go on yes. John, you're the leader. Yes. Okay. So with Boost Business NEPA, what we did is go out and get every collaborator that we could find. And trust me when I tell you, we spent, and Holly and Sam can attest to this, every single morning for the last 7 months on the phone, strategizing, doing what it was going to take for us to go further, to push further. I started making phone calls to get collaborators on board, and again, would not accept no for an answer. And here we have, here are the collaborators on Boost Business to date, because they're coming in like crazy at this point, which I'm really happy to report. But I'm saying, when I'm talking about you guys doing this, do it for your clubs, do it for your communities, do it for your communities. There's the president of the bank that I was talking about in the middle. His name is Dan Santinello. He's the president of Fidelity. I've represented his bank for the last 9 years. Standing next to him is a gentleman named Jerry Champy. He's the president of a very competing bank. And the woman on the other side is the director of marketing for yet another competing bank. Because what we shared with them was that our concept was that we are collaborators, we work together, we are not competitors, and we want our business community to understand that we are all in this together. And what a better way. Lavelle Strategy Group won Small Business of the Year. The competing bank, that's Jerry on that side, called Dan Santinello, who was my client in the middle, and said, Dan, Lavelle Strategy is getting this, this award. is it okay if we present it? Because we know that you represent them. And Dan just burst into laughter. He said nothing would make Helen happier, you know? So that's what I mean. In the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, we need to be working with each other. So think of the people in your market that you just can't stand. Now think of the people in the market that you know that they have something really wonderful that they could contribute to, an initiative that you're doing within your organizations, within your clubs, within your companies, within your communities. And then, guess what, guys? Pick the phone up and go and ask them to help you. And I am telling you that they will. I guarantee it. And if anybody says no to you, give them my number. So, just to give you an idea, we're very grateful because a series of advertorials, and this word is getting out. I'm showing you soft launch materials, but from an editorial standpoint, we have a reporter, a wonderful and gifted reporter from Pittsburgh who's been working with us on this. He used to work for competing publications in our market. In both of them, he's had experience, so he knows the region. But this was his home. So he understands that he needs to step up to help. So the first one was Holly and I, and we were screaming, laughing because I'm in costume, and Holly comes in with those socks. You can't see them, but they were awesome. But I mean, it was just like the idea of like, okay, you got the old veteran with the glasses and the dolled up one, and you have Holly there who's like, you know, where it's at today, Hol, where I want to be. I want to be painting, Holly, but I can't. We can't, not yet, till we save everybody first. So then the other one, you could see we have the bankers. And the stories are beautiful. They're beautiful that are coming through. So it's multimedia, multi-platform. I want you to know this. I want you to steal it. I want you to steal it for your clubs. I want you to steal it for your communities. So then we have the mayors of all the towns stepping up, writing about how this is going to help us. We have, you know, people that are economic development experts that are jumping on board to help us. We have, you know, the heads of each of the, you know, in our market, like each of the business associations jumping up, like everybody that can possibly be a part of this, because we asked them. We asked them, which is what any ad club president can do, is go and ask. Steal this. I'm not kidding. Take it. I want you to. Zoom calls. Let's discuss the Zoom calls. So then we started to put leaders. So there has to be a founding committee, and there has to be a benevolent dictator that has a partner. So that's Holly and I, right? And then there has to be Sam and Des, who we torture because they're doing all the work, and we're telling them, this is where we have to go next, this is where we have to go next, and then we're going to find everybody in the community who we know has time to jump on board to help us, and we form a leadership team. And that leadership team is not connected directly to anything. It's just that we know there are people that would really love to be part of this. I invite you all to be a part of this. Locally, do you hear me, table in the back? Okay. So what I want you to know is that we have, you can see how tired some of us are, because these guys jumped in and they were not fooling around about it. And I'm hoping this is solving pandemic problems for everybody. But everybody's given assignments strategically. It's just move, let's go, let's go. And you know what? It's not only about don't take no for an answer. And I know Holly is much more like this. And I am much more like this. And we balance each other, because to me, and anybody who knows me, it's like we have to go, and we have to go now, because now we don't have any time to waste. We have to do it now. So she helped bring me to a more methodical kind of place that I'll never arrive at. Hal, I apologize. But I think that I was able to help her and her team understand that, guess what, guys, sometimes you have to pivot on a dime, and you can't worry about what's on the damn schedule. You have to switch it up, you know? People are in this room who have worked for me and with me before, and they know that I'm telling the truth here. So moving on, we have writers, we have writers, we have creatives, we have people who are in banking, we have government people, we have people in education, healthcare, business, banking, marketing, experts in all of their categories, leadership. But guess what? Again, strategically, think about what I'm saying. Think about how many times you have somebody sitting at your boardroom table whose name is on the door, or who's the president, or who, the person who is really doing a hell of a lot of work. But it's really the people who, like the Desirees, who you saw, my Desiree, or Sam from Cole, or like it's Joey, you know? We enlisted the support of the younger people in the market who really wanted to serve, that needed to be invited to do so. Very similar to what I did when I was governor, or I don't know if I was governor or if I was chair of the AAF at the time, when I got Jamie Hannigan and Kat and said, come on, no, we're going to introduce you to everybody. You know, you will know everybody before you leave, and they have so many friends in the industry too, and have stepped up the same way that I'm talking about. It has enhanced your careers, has it not? You know, you are prepared to propel yourself forward. I remember sitting in New York, and we were discussing it was at a national board meeting, and there were a few new people on the board, and it was a retreat, a board retreat, and we split into smaller groups. And I tell you these stories because they're important for you to know. I'm sitting there with people that, when I was younger, I would have been I was young, though. I was young. But I wasn't, at that point, I was just like kind of on the, and I had Pat, remember? I had Pat, had me by the neck. But I remember being in a breakout session, and we were discussing the American Advertising Federation Hall of Fame's event, which was not producing the revenue that it should have. So here's the little kid from Scranton, Pennsylvania again, who's saying, why is this an afternoon event? It's the Hall of Fame. It's the Hall of Fame. So there's another new guy there, Michael Kelly, right? He was new. And he goes, yeah, right, it's the Hall of Fame. Now, we're sitting at the table with global marketing heads of Procter & Gamble, American Express. I'm thinking of the people that were in our group. And they're like, Helen, what do we do? Again, what do we do? And it was like, well, let's turn it to an evening event. And Mike Kelly, because you seem to understand it so much, I think that you should chair it. And he was brand new to the board, and he said, okay. Because he had that, I could tell, he had it in his eyes. He had that understanding that you need to, if you're going to be in, you're all in. If you want to be a part, you need to play your part. And if you want to make it successful, you just jump in and you work with everybody that you can to make it successful. That very 11 months later was the first Hall of Fame that was held in the evening. Michael Kelly was the chair, right? Michael Kelly exceeded expectations. I think we went from a $250,000 event to $1.2 million, like that. You know, it was just a matter of make it the prestigious event it needs to be, right? So, just saying, that's where ideas come from. Situations just like this. And coming up, there is no idea that you can come up with that you could bring to your board of directors that's going to be like, should we go this way or should we go that way? Chelsea, you have to call me.
I will.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. The other thing is that we need to remember to live in the moment. You can't live in the, I'm living in the past because you need to know that this happened. I'm trying to teach you lessons. I know you've been through a rough couple of years. I think that you need to all of us have, but the pandemic and the economic crisis and, you know, everything that is going on with our country right now. And finally, you know, I was asked to be, my paintings were shown in a gallery in New England. And the reason that I'm telling you this is because Peggy Guggenheim, 75 years ago, invited 12 women to participate in a show that became very famous, and it was called 12 Women. When she did that, so there's a woman now who is a curator, and there were 12 women invited to show their art in this show in New England. I was one, and I was very proud to be one of 4 women from Pennsylvania that were able to show their work. And here's the biggest takeaway, and the reason I'm telling you this is because 75 years later, female artists are still not held in the same regard, and that's why she did the show in the first place. It's 75 years later. It's the same thing as systemic racism. We did there was a lot of work done over a lot. I was on a diversity phone call the other day with the chamber in the Wilkes-Barre Chamber, and it was really interesting because people were talking about the same thing that we talked about at the American Advertising Federation 20 years ago. So I'm so happy that we're able to discuss and bring what we know or what worked for us to other organizations that will help today, because we are no longer a community where we're 98% Caucasian. We have a really rich ethnic and racial community here, an incredible richness that where we need to be including everyone, and we need to be including our students, and we need to be welcoming and inclusive in our advertising industries too, guys, locally. All right, moving on. Next thing is we need to communicate. As you can see, I am a communicator. I will make sure that you understand what I'm talking about, and if you don't, I want you to raise your hand and ask me a question, because I want to give you the answer. But to communicate this Boost Business NEPA thing is really, really important, an important aspect of it. So again, it's multimedia, multi-platform, every which way we can get the messaging out is where we're going. At the end of a soft launch phase, which was just 2 days ago, Sam, was it? Okay, so we have the full boat thing going out, but we launched with more people, more businesses, more foundations, more folks in the community offering to give help than those businesses who were asking to receive help. I'm going to cry again, Hal. And I knew that was going to happen. I knew it right from the beginning. That's why I refuse to accept no for an answer. When you go out and say, we're trying to run an awards program, we're trying to hold our advertising community together, we are the economic engine of Northeast Pennsylvania. We're the economic engine of the Lehigh Valley. We're the economic engine in Pittsburgh. We're the economic engine in Washington and Baltimore and Rochester and everywhere, everywhere, Buffalo. Like we're District 2 of the American Advertising Federation, and the people who make the most impact are the people who are in the advertising industry. No matter what anybody says, I would argue it with anyone. One of us needs to be running for president, not me. So you need to shine your own personal light. You need to shine the light of your clubs. You need to shine the light that you have that has to do with the fact that you are an innovator and you are a collaborator. It's important to shine your light. You don't hide it. You don't hide it. You make sure that people understand that this is who we are. And you offer people hope. You're going to offer, do you realize that all of when I choked up, Ev, when you said before, we don't know what it's going to be like. That was how it felt when the Twin Towers were struck down for us. We didn't know what it was going to be like. You know what we did? We got on the phone. Pat Martin had us on the phone. She had me, she had Karen, she had Doreen, she had us on the phone and reaching out and making relationships with people and developing and letting them know that we need it's go time, guys. This is what's going on. We need you to enter. We don't care if it's 1 piece or 10, but we need you to enter so we could say that you've entered. That was part of our strategy. We could say, LaBelle Strategy entered. They didn't have any money. They entered. Do you know what I mean? If you think about it, start thinking about it that way. Think about it. We're in a crisis situation. What would you do? You have to innovate. You have to communicate. You have to collaborate. But communicate. Pick the phone up. Ask for help. Okay? Next. Stand in your truth. Stand in your own truth. If you feel as part of the organization, like I was talking about before, like board issues, you know? If you feel that something needs to be said, you don't need to say it in a shaming or a blaming way. You need to say, guys, we need people who are going to be there, who understand, and they're all in. That's what we need. And as soon as you're able to say that, you wouldn't believe, right, Holly? You wouldn't believe the people, like we said, if you feel that you can be really all in here, we want you. We don't want the people whose names are on the door. If they can't really commit their time. That's not me. I could have billions of dollars if I ever worked to really take care of, myself. I didn't. I was always taking care of everybody else. That's why I was asked to be the advocacy speaker at the District 2 conference. But I mean, I say it facetiously, but standing in your own truth is really important. That's personally, professionally, moving forward. Do not, and then here's the other thing. If you have something to say to somebody, say it to them. People are okay to have a conversation. We hold back too much. You need to talk about what the issue is, and you don't need to bullshit about it. You need to speak your own truth and say what is going on with you, that you're making a decision to go in this direction. It's fine. We want to engage and invite and be real with each other. So, it's time, guys. Fight for your life. The reason that I'm saying that is that if I'm fighting for your life, you're fighting for mine. Right? You have to start with fighting for your own. And as leaders of your ad clubs, you need to fight for the life of your ad club. And if you fight for the life of your ad club, I know that you're fighting for the life of District 2. And if we're fighting for the life of District 2, we're fighting for the life of the AAF. Good, bad, or indifferent, it doesn't matter how you feel about anything, because you need to be really proud that you belong to the advertising industry. And you need to understand what it is that you're contributing on a daily basis. So fight for your life, and then just remember, this is the last thing I have to tell you. It doesn't matter if you start crying, it doesn't matter if you're having a meltdown, it doesn't matter if you're losing your mind, it doesn't matter if you can't get people to, just breathe. It's all gonna be okay. Just breathe, because this is not the end. Thanks, everybody. Does anybody have any questions? I don't want to. Does anybody need any help? You're all supposed to say yes. And then you're all supposed to say, and we will ask for it. It's been a pleasure and an honor to serve as president of the American Advertising Federation, Northeast Pennsylvania, two-term governor of District 2, and then finally chair of the American Advertising Federation. And that's why I would never say no. Never say no, not to talk to you. So just keep doing what you're doing, guys. I'm very proud of all of you. Thank you.
Okay, so after hearing Helen speak, I feel like I want to run through a wall and like change the world and everything. So I told her, I said I thought it was a good bookend for what I spoke about this morning. So I hope you all feel the same way. One last thing that we have to address. It's on the schedule as the budget vote, but we actually did the budget back in June when we had our meeting at America. So the only thing left that I wanted to talk about was the NSAC competition, just to give you an update on what was going on. So it's going to be held at Pace University or virtually this year. The dates are April 23rd, 24th, and 25th. So it's a 3-day event. The client this year is Tinder. I know there's giggles in the back. There are currently, as of right now, there are 16 schools intending to participate. So that may go up or down depending on how it kind of plays out, but there are 16 that have submitted that they are intending to participate. The timeline, we have until January 20th to still collect participating schools. The 25th is the deadline for the districts to determine whether or not we're going to be in person or virtual. And then there's a schedule of deadlines that go through here. Plans books are due on the 24th. District competitions are between April 8th and the 25th. I said ours are at the very end of that schedule, the 24th, or 23rd, 24th, and 25th. And there's semifinals in May, and then the finals are in June. So this is actually from Judy Marco, who's the chair of that committee. She has 2 more things here that says the structure of the district competitions. Again, the districts have the option to either host an in-person or virtual competition at the discretion of the district. That determination will be made on or before January 25th. If a virtual competition is chosen, I guess then the judging will also have to be virtual, and so they'll submit their plans books and the recordings, kind of like they did this past year. I'm not sure if you all are familiar with that or not, but everything was submitted, and then we had the virtual judging. The national level is going to be virtual this year, regardless of what happens at the district level, I guess. What's it say? If their home district will be taking place in person and they're able to demonstrate that they cannot compete in that structure, such as fully virtual, blah, 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 teams will indicate on their intent to participate form if they feel like they would need to compete virtually if their district is hosted in person. So I'm not exactly sure what that means, but we'll kind of figure that out when we've got some time. So other than that, somebody had mentioned, it was Helen was saying, that's probably one of the most important things that we do. It also goes back to the mentoring thing. If there are not schools that in your district and you're in your local clubs that are participating in this, I would challenge you to kind of go out and find one for, even next year, maybe not this year, but certainly next year, to kind of plant the seed. I would talk to them now, and they could compete next year. So. Again, that's going to be the only way that we can kind of continue to boost our numbers within our local clubs and tap into the talent that we have at the college level. So I did want to open up the floor for any questions that may have come in either online or anybody who's actually here. If there's anything that we needed to talk about or that I did not cover that we had questions about or anything. Nothing online? Okay. Then with that, I will call an adjournment to this year's District 2 Leadership Conference. Thank you all for attending, and I believe this information will be made available at some point. I will let you know on our next district call. All right? Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.